Welcome to Try Friend Heroes, a Legend of Zelda podcast. I'm Ellen.
I'm Kayla.
I'm Cosm.
And today we're finally discussing The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess.
Yay!
Dun, dun, dun.
Yay! I said finally because I feel like I've been waiting to play this game for a long time. I don't know. Anyway, in this game, a young rancher named Link is suddenly caught between worlds in a battle for power. As a boy or a wolf, he teams... Don't make me laugh during my dramatic summary.
You said as a boy or a wolf.
It could be a boy. He's a boy or a wolf. It's true. Anyway, whatever. He teams up with a guide from another world to free Hyrule from Twilight, or maybe even a greater power that's lurking within. I tried to write a really fast summary, and it's like a fucking long game. And I was like, how do I even start? I was like, how did this game start? I was like, oh, right, I was just a random child in a village in the middle of nowhere. And suddenly I can, like, travel between time and space and also turn into a wolf. Anyway, this game was highly critically acclaimed at the time of its release, and it's won numerous awards for its, like, visuals and music. And I think it's highly acclaimed because of the visuals and music and gameplay, and I think combat styles that are available in this game. And according to my stat source that I use every time, which is the Nintendo Fandom Wiki, Twilight Princess is the second highest selling Zelda game of all time.
Oh, wow.
And it was the highest until Breath of the Wild came out. And it sold 8.85 million copies. And I think part of this reason also is because it was a release game for the Wii. Yes, it was multi-console.
Yes.
It was a release game for the Wii. And it was, like, the last Nintendo, like, first-party developed game for the GameCube. There's only, like, 6 games that were released after, or something like that. Less than 10 games that were released for GameCube after that. Which totally makes sense, because the Wii was available, so why would you? Because the Wii was, like, an incredibly popular console.
You can play the GameCube games on the Wii.
Correct. And, yeah, the Wii itself was just a highly sought-after and desirable console at the time.
Yeah.
When I said the time, I didn't play it for, like, probably 2 years, or at least a year, because we couldn't get one. It was impossible. So.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it took y'all to get one, but I remember not getting one for at least a year, probably.
We're getting it for a Christmas, but I don't think it was the first Christmas.
Not in 2006. I remember that we had one, me and my sister had one for our graduation party from high school, which would have been, like, 2008. And so I think maybe we got one in 2007. Or no, sorry, maybe earlier in 2008. And, like, I don't think we were super into it, but it was also just literally impossible to get. So if you asked for one, like, we might have asked for one for Christmas in 2007, but then it's like you couldn't get one. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And I don't think I played this game specifically until I was in university, which was 2008, later in 2008.
I remember playing it with you at your house at one point where, like, I think I had the Wiimote and you had the nunchuck. We were like, trying to jointly navigate.
The Wii, playing this game, Twilight Princess, or just like a Wii game?
It was this game, because I remember like,
at my parents' house?
You kept trying to climb things, and I kept pressing the A button to drop you off of them.
Okay. Yeah, I'm having a recovered memory of trying to climb around in, like, Orden Village.
We didn't get very far.
That's really funny. No. Maybe we did have the game and I just, like, didn't play it very much. That's a high possibility, because I think by then you weren't.
It could have been when I came back to visit. So yeah.
Yeah. It was probably like the summer. That's really funny. I forgot about that. The Wii was a great console for tag teaming, obviously, with its like double remotes that were attached
for cooperative or non-cooperative play.
That would mean that when we played Breath of the Wild, then that was the second time that we played, like, a game together on a new console. Because I distinctly remember you screaming at Breath of the Wild. Running around in your jorts as Link.
Yeah, trying to do a shorts run of Breath of the Wild. Jorts %.
Jorts %. And it was, that was, like, really early on when that game came out. I don't think any of us had started playing it yet.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe Cosm had, but
no, I don't think I got until later.
Yeah.
I remember I was screaming at it because I made the mistake of going to the Gerudo Desert first.
Which is, like, the hardest one, probably, maybe. There's definitely easier ones. I remember starting with the elephant one.
Yeah, that's definitely how they intend you to go.
That one's pretty easy. They're like, yeah, go over here. Steal these arrows from around this Lionel, but definitely don't look at the Lionel. Don't look at him. In your jorts, and you like don't have any equipment or whatever. Anyway, good times. Let's talk about Twilight Princess. So yeah, it was a launch game for the Wii, and it was released in November 2006 in North America. So like, I'm guessing it was a Black Friday play by Nintendo, because it was released like December 2nd in Japan. So it was released slightly earlier. And it was released for GameCube basically at the same time for the, I don't know, according to Wikipedia, it says that it was, the Wii version was released November 19th, 2006 in North America. Japan was December. And then the GameCube version was also released December 2nd in Japan. And then the GameCube version was released December 11th, 2006 in North America. So like almost like a couple weeks later. Yeah, I don't know, whatever. So whatever. It was released in 2006. Christmas season 2006 is what I'm hearing. But you couldn't get one anyway, so whatever. Yeah, and also one interesting thing that I learned is that there's a manga based on this game. It's like an 11-volume manga, which I didn't know.
Yeah, there's a dude who did like a manga series for like all of the games. I've been meaning to like acquire them at some point.
I have seen some of the older ones. Like I read one of the older ones myself. There's often, is it all of them or just like some games?
I think it's all of them, at least all the major releases. It's definitely a lot of them. I know there's even like a Phantom Hourglass manga and stuff. Like,
wow.
I think people don't talk about the smaller ones as much, but
the one for Twilight Princess is 11 volumes. I'm looking at it right now.
That sounds right.
Yeah, well, it's quite long, so yes, that sounds right. I'm just proud of myself because I finished this one this time, and we all did, which was great. A few days ago, I was like, there's a 50-50 chance that I won't finish. And then last night, I was like, I'll do this.
The good thing about Zelda games is the last, 1 to 2 dungeons aren't ever real dungeons, so they're quicker to get through.
Yeah, I was surprised by how short the Twilight Palace, or whatever it's called, was. It was 2 or 3 areas, and you have to fight Zant. But I was like, well... And every time I went to a boss fight, I was like, I'm gonna die. And then I never did. And half of them were also really fun, like the spinner one. I was like, this is so great. I'm having such a good time. I don't even need fairies. It's gonna jump from wall to wall. It's so great. But even I died so many times in the last Ganon fight in Ocarina of Time that I was mentally prepared, and I didn't die at all in this one. Yeah, I did a good job.
He got the closest to killing me, but...
Oh, the only time that I died was the ball and chain in Snow Peak, and I'm pretty sure that he killed me 2 or 3 times, maybe 2 times, at least twice. Yeah, I really struggled with that one fight for whatever reason.
Yeah, I was having trouble getting him to baiting him into attacking at the right time, and then and stuff like that. So yeah, he was a little challenging. Plus, you're in that narrow hallway.
I was gonna say, you can't run away. You can run away from Ganon. You can just avoid getting hit by Beast Ganon, but you can't run away from that. He can hit you from anywhere, basically, in the room. Almost everywhere in the room. You can't escape.
Oh, yeah, no, I had a very hard time with him. Thankfully, I had the bottles of soup that they...
Oh, yeah, I went and got soup.
Yeah, so I think that's the only reason I didn't die, is because I had 3 or 4 bottles of that soup.
Delicious Yeti soup.
Cheese soup.
Yeah.
I liked in the credits, they showed the Snow Peak mansion with a little heart coming out. I was like, oh, that's cute. It's a dramatic love story between the 2 Yetis. Which is so funny, because Snow Peak is kind of a hard dungeon. At least it was hard for me. You have the ball and chain and whatever, but then at the end, the Yeti guys just push you, ramming you out of the way and stuff. It's really funny.
Yeah, it just knocks you on your ass every time to get the ingredient.
Yeah.
It's I would hand it to you, bro.
No, he needs the cheese now.
I don't want to keep the cheese.
And then they're like, oh, we put the cheese there? That's weird. Anyway, I think maybe it's in this room. You're like, oh my god. The dungeon was good. Anyway, seamless segue to Kayla. Tell us about the story of, up to and including Snow Peak and Twilight Princess. I'm ready to be reminded, because I definitely forgot things that happened, because it's a long game.
Let's see. I know, I was Usually there's a part where I can go like, and then he goes to the 5 dungeons and finds things, yay. But like it's like almost every part had some story relevance, so I had to put a little bit about each part. I think I skipped by the mirror sections, but...
Snow Peak has snowboarding, which is the greatest.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, now we're playing 1080 snowboarding in this game too? It's a first-person shooter and we're snowboarding? I was like, this game has everything.
For some reason in the 2000s, like, every game had, like, boarding and grinding, even if they were, like, not skating games.
Yeah.
Just because Tony Hawk Pro Skater is, like, probably one of the most popular and greatest games of all time.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the most popular games of all time.
Probably. It's been on, like, every single console.
Yeah, yes. And skateboarding was cool back then. It's not cool anymore, but it was cool back then.
Yeah. Yeah,
right?
When we put X's and everything.
Yeah.
Extreme.
It was all the same time. It was before Red Bull existed, but after the X Games existed.
Yes.
In 2006. Just to sum up the time period. Imagine yourself, you're still wearing flares, but the youth started wearing skinny jeans.
The youth? We were 15.
Yeah. And I didn't start wearing skinny jeans until I was like 18. And I was like, what are you all doing? I need flared legs. And now when I put on a pair of flares, I'm like, I can't deal with all this fabric. Like, anyway, that was the time. We set the stage. Tell us about the story of Twilight Princess.
Story of Link and his flare jeans.
He has a pretty whack outfit at the beginning of this.
I don't know what he's wearing.
I don't know. It's like a lot of layers that don't seem to be functional. But then he has like a shoulder strap, which seems to be functional. Like a archery arm cover kind of deal. But yeah, everybody else
get a bow
is
until
like,
like halfway through the game. So.
No, you're overthinking it. He gets like his classic uniform like pretty early in the game, though.
Yes.
Fortunately, I mean, what?
Anyway, Cowboy Link. So yeah, our Link this time is a young man who lives in the quiet little village of Ordon, a place so rural and isolated it's technically not even part of Hyrule. He lives a simple life of goat herding, entertaining the local kids with cool sword tricks, and getting scolded by his childhood friend Ilya over proper horse husbandry. This all changes when Russell, the local blacksmith and Link's mentor figure, tasks Link with delivering a sword intended as a gift for the royal family of Hyrule, as he wants Link to get out and see more of the world. Boy, does he get that wish.
Multiple worlds.
Wow, yeah.
Not just one.
Before Link can head out on his errand, the once quiet village is attacked by a horde of monsters. They spook Epona off, knock Link unconscious, and kidnap Ilya and the children. When Link comes to, he tries to give chase, but the world grows strange around him, and he soon finds himself halted by a solid wall of darkness. As he stares in confusion and wonders what to do, a monstrous hand suddenly reaches out from the wall, grabbing Link and dragging him inside. The world beyond the wall is lit with an otherworldly, oversaturated glow, and the beast that holds Link is just as alien, its body solid black with unnaturally long limbs and an eyeless, mask-like face. Link struggles against the creature's grip, but what finally makes it let go is the sudden shine of the Triforce on the back of Link's hand. It tosses Link away, and under the influence of this strange Twilight realm, he finds himself changed into the form of a wolf. He loses consciousness again, and the monsters drag him off. When he wakes again, he's imprisoned in a cell and shackled to the floor. After a few futile attempts to get free, Link realizes he's being watched by an odd imp-like creature with a menacing mask half covering her face. This is Midna, and she's great.
No editorialization required. This is Midna, and she's great.
She grins with delight at having found him, and is completely unintimidated by his instinctive snarling and growling when she gets close. She teasingly asks if he really wants to be doing that, since she was planning to help him out if he was nice, and Link immediately stops growling and sits up with interest. Midna breaks the chain shackling him to the floor and helps him find a way out of his cell, then proceeds to hop on his back like a jockey to guide him through the rest of the dungeon. Though in exchange for her help, he has to do exactly what she says. As they work their way up and out, Midna taunts Link with hints about where they are, but it doesn't become fully clear until they exit onto the rooftops and make their way to the highest tower. This is Hyrule Castle, plunged into twilight and haunted by shadowy beasts. All its people have been reduced to flickering spirits, all except Princess Zelda, whom Midna has brought Link to meet. Zelda, who seems to already be acquainted with Midna, explains what happened to her kingdom. The castle was attacked by the false king of the Twilight, a sorcerer named Zant, and his army of shadow beasts. Zelda and her soldiers stood against him, but his power was too great, and Zelda surrendered to spare the lives of her citizens. And so she became a prisoner in her own castle, and Twilight covered the land of Hyrule, turning all its people into spirits who know nothing of this except the fear it has brought. With that revelation, Midna and Link leave the tower, and she takes him back to Ordon, outside where he was first dragged into Twilight. But it turns out Link is still stuck in wolf form and has no way to re-enter the twilight covering the rest of the land on his own. So Midna, who takes refuge in Link's shadow while in the normal world, leverages this to get Link to continue doing what she says in exchange for her help. After all, how else can he save Ilia and the children? She tests him first with a quest to find a sword and shield within the village, then directs him to head to the Wall of Twilight. On the way, he's summoned by the light spirit Ordona, who resides in Ordon's sacred spring. The spirit explains that twilight covers the rest of the land because the other 3 light spirits have had their power stolen by the shadow beings, and that they must be restored for the land to recover. Within the twilight-covering Faron Woods to the north, Link meets with the fallen light spirit there and learns how to hunt down the creatures holding its scattered tears of light to restore its power, and the twilight lifts from this part of the kingdom. Link is returned to his Hylian form, and the spirit reveals that he became a beast instead of a spirit like everyone else because he holds the power of the ancient hero chosen by the gods. The spirit directs Link to the temple deep within the woods, where a dark, forbidden power resides. It's a power that should normally never be touched by any who dwell in the light, but, desperate times and all that. By complete coincidence, that's exactly where Midna wanted to go too, so they head off. Link navigates the temple and defeats the corrupted creature at its heart. It leaves behind a dark object with an intricate design. Midna calls it a fused shadow, and says that it's what she was looking for. She tells Link that there are a total of 3 fused shadows, and maybe she'll tell him what they actually are after he gets the other 2. They head next to Kakariko Village in the Elden region, entering the twilight where another broken light spirit resides. But Link finds something else there as well, the missing children of Ordon, though Ilia is still nowhere to be seen. Still, it's a happy reunion once the Tears of Light are restored and the twilight is pushed back. The village shaman Renato then directs Link's attention to the nearby Death Mountain, where the normally peaceful Gorons have been acting very odd lately and forbidding all access to their mines within the mountain. With Link's natural charm and the power of rigged sumo wrestling contests, he manages to get in and speak with one of the Goron elders, who explains the troubles plaguing his tribe. When Death Mountain began to erupt non-stop, all the elders, as well as the tribe's patriarch, went inside the mines to check on a treasure that had been entrusted to their protection. But when the patriarch touched the treasure, he was transformed into a monster, and the others had to seal him away. The elder pleads with Link to venture into the mines and help their patriarch. Link does so, and is able to free him from the corruption caused by the Goron's treasure, which is, of course, another fused shadow. Midna tells Link a little more about Zant as a reward for a job well done, then pontificates a bit about the nature of leadership and duty, something she seems oddly personally invested in. And then they're off to the last patch of twilight, which covers the large Lenevu province. It takes a little extra effort to find the light spirit this time. The spring is along the shore of Lake Hylia, which has had no water flowing from its source and is nearly dry, leaving no path to the spring. Investigating upstream, they find the water source, Zora's domain, completely frozen over, with most of the Zoras trapped beneath the ice. Link and Midna use Midna's power to warp over a volcanic rock from Death Mountain to solve this problem, and then they can finally meet with the light spirit and restore its scattered tears. This light spirit shows its gratitude by treating Link to one of the trippiest cutscenes in the Zelda series. Which explains that the fused shadows are the remnant of the powerful dark magic wielded by the interlopers who once attempted to break into the Sacred Realm and claim the golden power within. With a final warning of the corrupting influence of the fused shadows, the light spirit tells Link that the final one is within the Lake Bed Temple, deep under the waters of Lake Hylia. Link isn't quite equipped for that trip yet, but he was promised something that might help by the spirit of the deceased Zora Queen in exchange for helping her son, so he heads into Castletown, where the prince was last seen heading. Link finds his way to Telma's bar within the city, where the Zora prince was taken after collapsing, but the town's doctor storms out just as Link arrives, claiming that he can't possibly treat a Zora. Link also finds someone else there, Ilia.
Yay.
Yay.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah. The girl seems fine physically, but she looks at Link like he's a stranger. The bar owner, Telma, noticing Link's distress over this, tells him that Ilia has lost her memory, not even knowing her own name right now. But despite her own troubles, Ilia has dedicated herself to taking care of the sick Zora prince. They decide to take the boy to Kakariko Village, where Renato might be able to help him. With Link's protection on the dangerous roads, they all make it there safely, and Renato does what he can, getting the prince on the road to recovery. With her son safe, the Zora Queen's spirit leads Link to a hidden armor meant for the hero, which grants him the ability to breathe underwater. With that in hand, Link is able to enter the Lakebed Temple, clear the corruption within, and claim the final fused shadow. Midna has a rare moment of sincerity, thanking Link for his help and apologizing for dragging him all over the place. They leave the temple and emerge back at the Light Spirit's spring, but it turns out Zant is waiting for them. He knocks the Light Spirit aside, casting the area back into twilight and turning Link back into his beast form and dragging Midna from the shadows. He casts a strange magic that embeds itself within Link, and then he attempts to bargain with Midna, asking her to join her power with his so they can cast the light world into shadow and rule over it together. She refuses, and in anger, Zant brings the light spirit back to power with Midna held directly before it, exposing her to the full force of the light which is so deadly to the natives of the Twilight. The light spirit manages to warp Link and Midna out of the spring and away from Zant, but Midna is barely clinging to life. The spirit tells Link to return to Zelda. Link hurries back to the tower with Midna weakly holding on, and when they arrive, Midna desperately begs the princess for help. Not for herself, but for Link. He's the one they need to save the world, so Zelda must help him return to normal. Zelda says that the power binding Link to his wolf form now is different than what first changed him, and to repel such an evil power, he must seek out the Blade of Evil's Bane, which rests in a grove deep within Faron Woods. Midna weakly asks Link if he can make it there on his own, then asks the princess for one more favor, to tell Link where the Mirror of Twilight is. This request startles Zelda, and she seems to realize something about Midna. Whatever this realization is, it makes her do something Midna doesn't expect, as Zelda seemingly sacrifices her own life force to restore Midna and allow her to walk freely in the light. Midna tries to stop her, but the princess made her choice, and now she's gone. With determination, Midna urges Link toward Faron Woods. Within a hidden grove, they find the resting place of the Master Sword. Its power restores Link and expels the magic Zant embedded within him, which now handily allows him to change forms at will. With that new power and the Blade of Evil's Bane in hand, Midna sincerely asks for Link's help once again, and they head into the desert to find the Mirror of Twilight, which is the one link between the worlds of the light and shadow, and the only way to get to Zant. Link navigates to the top of the ancient Arbiter's grounds, where the mirror is said to rest. But they find the mirror has been shattered, with only a single shard out of 4 remaining in place. Midna despairs over this, but the spirits of Hyrule's sages suddenly emerge to speak with them, and explain how the mirror came to be broken. The sages had attempted to execute Ganondorf. Yeah, he's here too.
He's always here. They were like, oh yeah, Zant this and Zant that. And it's like, well, he'll show up someday. He's always there.
The sages had attempted to execute Ganondorf after his attack on Hyrule, but his Triforce of Power kept him alive. Out of desperation, they instead used the mirror to banish him to the Twilight Realm, where he was obviously able to share his dark power with Zant. Zant attempted to shatter the mirror, but that's something only the true leader of the Twilight can do, so he could only break it into 4 pieces. The remaining 3 fragments are scattered across Hyrule, so Link and Midna set out to retrieve them. They find one within a fortress atop Snow Peak Mountain, one inside the Temple of Time within the Sacred Grove, and one high above the clouds in the mythical city in the sky. With the mirror reassembled, they're finally able to enter the realm of Twilight. But not before the sages pop up one more time to make it clear exactly who Midna is for those of us who haven't worked it out yet. She is, in fact, the titular Twilight Princess. The true ruler whose throne Zant stole. He cursed her into her imp form, and she fled from her kingdom to seek out the power to defeat him. At first, she had cared only for the fate of her own world, but after spending so much time in the light and witnessing the brave, selfless acts of Link and Princess Zelda, she's determined to save their world as well. They enter the Twilight and navigate the palace to confront Zant. He falls to Link's blade easily enough, and Midna uses the power of the fused shadows to completely destroy him. But it's clear by now that he has just been a puppet for Ganondorf. They return to the world of light and to Hyrule Castle, where Ganondorf waits for them. Midna is able to restore Zelda, and all 3 work to confront and subdue him, with Link landing the final blow to finish that long-ago execution. Ganondorf dies with an ominous curse on his lips, and with that dark power finally cast out, the curse on Midna is broken, restoring her to her true form. Peace returns to the people of Hyrule, and after all is settled, Link and Zelda accompany Midna to the Mirror of Twilight to see her back home. They chat for a bit about the nature of their 2 worlds, and whether they were ever meant to meet. Zelda believes that that is the very reason why the mirror was left by the gods. Midna seems touched by the sentiment, but obviously comes to a different conclusion, as her last act before bidding them a fond farewell is to use her power as the true ruler of Twilight to shatter the mirror for good. Also, Ilya got her memory back at some point in there. I just couldn't find a way to slip that in smoothly without going into way more detail about the City in the Sky quest than I wanted to.
I totally forgot. I was like, oh yeah, this is definitely all the story. That's right.
Yeah.
That definitely is everything that happened.
I was trying to find a way to just put in one line about it, and I was like, no, then I have to talk about all the City of the Sky stuff, the statue and the hidden village. I don't want to.
And there's like the Uku, and it's like they're there and whatever, and they couldn't get back there, and you got to get a cannon, and you got to go up there. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Also, game, stop trying to ship Link and Ilya. God damn it! I don't care about Ilya. I really don't. Anyway, although her memory loss thing is like a horrifying cutscene. I was like, jeez. Are we in a horror movie now? Anyway. feel like you have like probably 3 sentences left. That we
No, I'm done. That was it.
Oh, okay, that was it. Yeah, Minda goes back to the Twilight. The end.
And everyone's sad.
Yeah. You said earlier, like, oh, Minda's sincere for a second or whatever, and I also wanted to say sarcasm was also highly in style in the early 2000s also. She's a character of the times.
Yeah.
She is great, though. She's definitely one of the top-tier Zelda character.
Yeah.
I enjoy Minda.
She's got, like, character growth and stuff.
I know. Unlike Ilya. I mean, what?
Ilya's completely inoffensive.
She's fine. I'm just joking. She is completely inoffensive because she's just like there and she's like nice or whatever. She's fine.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, Link, you're riding Epona too hard. Blah 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 blah. I'm gonna scold you in a gentle way or whatever. I'm like, I gotta help this random Zora boy, and then she's reunited with all the other kids in Kakariko, and everything's fine.
Yeah.
How do you get her memories
She's
back? I already
symbolic
forgot.
of the world you left behind or something.
Yeah,
it's
probably,
like,
probably.
Oh, there's a charm that you that she made you made her,
Oh,
and she's like, oh yeah, this thing. And really, what brought her
made
memory
it
back
for
is
you?
Epona, not you.
yeah, her true love
She
is
made a
Epona.
charm that she definitely cares more about Epona than you. But you care about her. Link cares about her.
Yeah, I do think we talked about how expressive Wind Waker Link is, and Twilight Princess definitely isn't as expressive, but they do some good stuff with his some subtle expressions.
Yeah.
I actually think like Zelda has some really good facial animation at the end. That was something that I noticed during the last couple of scenes, which was cool.
Oh, Zelda the
like the
character,
scene where-
not the series.
Zelda the character. Zelda the character.
Yeah.
Princess Zelda
Yeah.
of this game.
But like the scene where
Okay.
he like first finds Ilya and she doesn't recognize him, like
No, he
his
looks
facial expressions tell like a whole world of story there.
Yeah.
There's also a really good scene in the middle of the fight with Ganon. I think it's after you beat Puppet Zelda, but before you start fighting Ganon, where like Midna,
and Link and
'cause
Midna,
yeah, they have like a
Share
knowing
the little like
laugh.
smirk together.
Yeah,
that's
it's really great. It's so good. That was like one of my favorite parts of the game. I was like, this is wonderful.
I like all the parts where she just like leans on Link.
They're like
really cute.
BFFs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They become like really good. And then like when she kind of attacks the barrier and she like falls and Link like catches her and stuff like that. Yeah, they have a good friendship.
Yeah.
They're good
Yeah,
comrades.
this is a very sweet Link. Like he seems very
He's a nice boy.
like,
Yes.
he's very pure and kind.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, he's a good boy. That's why he sits like a good boy when he's a wolf. when you stop moving for a while. Yeah, he's not like world weary. Like
Yeah, he's
in,
not jaded.
Majora's Mask.
it's
And
not
then
a jaded
Ocarina of Time,
12-year-old.
he was, like- in Ocarina of Time, he was like ostracized. Like he starts off ostracized. This one is like everybody's like he's dependable. Like everybody's like, "Hey Link, come get my goats. Hey Link, show us how to use a sword." Like they all kind of, all the people in Ordon like really. He's established
Trust
as being
him.
like a dependable,
Yeah.
trustworthy character. You feel obligated to help people. And Minda's like, "Hey, how about you take me to this place?" It's like, well, okay, I guess I have to.
Yeah.
And there's one, I remember also during the last battle, there's a point where Zelda's like, "Oh, Link, will you like lend us your strength again?" It's like, well, yeah, sure, whatever. I've been doing it all this
Yeah.
game. Like, I don't, of course. I'm not going to say no. It's like in the game just
I like
ends
this-
and Ganon takes
yeah.
over.
Yeah. He's like, nah, I'm done.
Nah. You should get a yes, no, and then there should be like a cutscene. You know how like when you die in, was it Zelda 2? And it just shows that scene where it's like, end of light or whatever, and like it has
Oh, yeah,
like,
yeah,
it's,
like-
it's like get in return, end of
get in returns
Whatever.
or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It should be like that, is what I'm trying to say.
I just think it's funny when they give you a yes no option and then like you say no and the character just like glares at you or whatever and then it brings the yes no option back up again.
I also really liked when you go to
It's a joke that
Snow
always
Peak
makes me
and Yudo is always like, or Yedo or whatever, is like, "Oh, are you here on a spiritual journey?" And you say yes, and he's like, "Oh, stop joking with Yudo. Or, what are you really here for?" or whatever. That was really funny. I was like, "What am I supposed to answer to this question?" It was great.
I really like this
like, I
Zelda
guess.
too. Like she doesn't have a huge role in the story
Yeah.
compared to some other games, but she's got kind of that like, stoic resolve or whatever.
Right. Stoic dedication was what I was about to say.
Yeah, and I like the relationship she has with Midna, which I
Yeah.
didn't remember from the first time I played the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. She said they shared hearts for a while.
Oh yeah.
It's like, that's the real love story of the game. Yep.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, this is very shippable. I see. But yeah, they understand each other. It's implied, like, the relationship that Zelda and Midna have from before. Like, it's not even shown in the game, but, like, their sort of, like, implied relationship as fellow princesses with a sense of duty is an interesting relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That you can kind of gather from the context in the game that we see, which is cool.
Yeah, it's a pretty subtle thing. Like, it's not really explicitly spelled out, which is, rare for a Nintendo game.
Well, Zelda said they shared hearts. That was about as explicit as it could be, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like, I feel you. I understand you. Anyway, good day. Enjoy the rest of the twilight.
Yeah.
And then Midna she shatters the mirror with, like, a tear. So, I mean, I don't know. It's implied they have a good relationship or whatever. She doesn't want to leave necessarily, but it's the right thing to do or whatever. I just finished this game a few hours ago, so I'm still thinking about it. Yeah. Technically.
Yeah, I think she feels like their worlds can't, like, be connected that way without causing each other harm.
Yeah, that definitely seemed to be the case. That was
so,
the
like,
problem
even
in the
though
first
she
place.
like has a personal attachment now to the light world and some of its people, she's gonna sacrifice that for the sake of them both.
And I think she also, you said that she grew as a character, like she resented the light world of Hyrule before, but now she, like, understands that they're, they're all the same or whatever. Yeah,
we're just trying to get through it.
Yeah, I know. Hyrule continues to be a fucked up place where they, like, instead of just having, like, a torture chamber, like an Ocarina of Time, they have, like, this thing that transports all their, like, prisoners to another dimension.
Yeah, right.
It's like,
also, like, a gladiator arena underneath it.
Yeah, I know. Right. Right. Everything about that place is horrifying. But, that's... It's called the Arbiter's Grounds, which is a horrifying name in and of itself, I feel like, actually.
That is a metal as fuck name, though.
Yeah. Arbiter's Grounds would be a good name for a metal band. And you run in with your you hijack, like, one of those boars, and then you run in there, charge in there.
Yeah.
And, like, they have, like, guards, but then, like, you get make your way in there, and there's, like, zombies and shit.
Yeah.
It's a pretty metal place.
Yep.
Yeah, the whole thing is really cool. Like, like, from the moment you're hijacking a boar to the boss fight is really cool for Arbiter's Ground.
That's true. The boss fight is the spinner one, right?
Yeah,
That's the spinner. Yeah, that one's the
Yeah.
spinner. Yeah. Yeah, that place is cool. That was fun.
I remember the boss fight being fun, but I forgot how fun the whole dungeon is.
Yeah.
I was like, this
The
is
dungeon was
great.
pretty fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like the zombies, but it wasn't that bad. I just remember the Arbiter's Grounds. So, like, I forgot that Link's crossbow training is based off of Twilight Princess. Like, it's all the graphics and levels and stuff from Twilight Princess. Because I don't remember if we talked about this, but if we did before, as you'll recall, I extensively played Link's crossbow training more than I played Twilight Princess. And so there was, like, all these levels where I was like, why do I feel like I've been here before? And I was like, oh yeah, that was the level in Link's crossbow training where there's all the zombies that you have to shoot and you ride through the level or whatever. Or, like, Snow Peak, or, like, the Temple of Time. There's, like, an extensive level. So I was like, oh yeah, right. I've been in this place, just not in this game. It was a very weird feeling for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Arbiter's Grounds is fun. And then, like, you can use the spinner to, like, do a bunch of stuff, like move things around. You can, like, move the rooms around.
Yeah.
Arbiter's Grounds is where the Poes are,
Yes,
right? Or
that's
is that
that's Arbiter's Ground too,
yeah. That's the beginning part. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's like, it's a little bit Forest Temple, a little bit Shadow Temple, a little bit Spirit Temple.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which are, the best temples
Yeah.
from Ocarina of Time, so...
True, very true.
Objectively.
There's no rooms that twist 90 or 180 degrees, though. They just, like, you rotate
Yeah.
a room.
Yeah.
And then you rotate it to one door, and then you gotta go downstairs and rotate it or whatever, go through the other parts. That was cool.
Yep.
And then you get to fight all the zombies. After that. This game has a lot of ghosts.
Yep.
Way more ghosts than every other Zelda game that we played so far.
Yeah.
Although there's often ghosts, I feel like, but...
Yeah.
extensive ghosts in this game. Well, does Ocarina of Time have
Dampy.
ghosts? Oh yeah, right. Well, he's not. Is he a ghost?
Yeah, because
He's just a dude.
In the future party is.
yeah, he
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. Right.
Um,
And then there's the pose, but there's no.
Yeah, the Poe quest is less emphasized in Ocarina of Time because you
Yeah.
could just sell them for money, really.
Right. And the dungeon with the pose is like you don't. So you have to use your like wolf senses to find them, but then in the dungeon you're just like they're ghosts, but like you shoot the pictures and stuff, and you solve puzzles to like release them. It's kind of like I guess they're ghosts and they're invisible and stuff, but I guess like because you're a wolf, there's something when you use your like wolf senses, there's something about how they're like you can't see them at all unless you're using your special senses. That's like kind of different. I don't know. I don't know how to describe that. I think they're spookier.
yeah.
In
Yeah.
Twilight Princess is what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and they're also horrifying when they die. I forgot about that too. Because they like kind of scream and like they just flop on the floor and they're just like there, you know? Like they don't disappear. The ones in the Arbiter's
Arbiter's Ground
at
also
least.
had that mini boss with the giant sword,
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
which is very cool aesthetically, where you have to like break the seals on the sword.
Yeah, I walked in that room and I
Yeah.
was like, that's gonna be bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the room where in real life you should go nope and turn
No.
back around. But
Well, you don't have that choice. In Zelda. No. We especially don't have that choice. Although I think I said it earlier, but like every boss I was like, even all the mini bosses, I was like, this is gonna be so hard. I'm gonna die, whatever. Every single one was like pretty easy, even for me. Especially the Arbiter's Grounds like floating dragon head thing. That was pretty great. I loved that.
so, fun fact about Twilight Princess: it has two links.
Elaborate.
The ghosty dude who teaches you your sword moves.
Oh yeah.
Is the spirit of Ocarina of Time Link.
Oh, I didn't know that. I like that lore.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yep.
Where were these moves in Ocarina of Time?
I know.
Well,
How
he
come
learned them
there's
afterward.
information
That's why he wants to pass them on.
Oh.
He never got a chance to do it in life.
This is where. Is this like the timeline where the hero dies or everything's fine? I forget.
This is the timeline where he goes back to his and lives out his childhood.
Oh.
It's
this
like
is
parallel
Majora's
to the
Mask
Wind
timeline.
Waker. No, this
Yes.
is
No,
yeah,
no.
yeah, them,
Yeah.
And Majora's
Yeah.
Mask, right?
yeah,
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Yeah, because he's a child of Majora's Mask. He got.
yeah.
Yeah,
And he
yeah,
comes
yeah.
back to Hyrule at the end, and then grows up
Yeah, it was
and
just
becomes
a-
this ghosty dude.
He was a vacation in Termina.
Yeah, Twilight
back to
Princess.
Hyrule.
Twilight Princess is kind of like the parallel to Wind Waker in the other timeline, because that's the timeline where the hero disappeared.
Yeah, and then they sunk Hyrule.
Oh
to keep people-
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he fucked up.
But in this timeline, the hero's line
Everything's
continued. Yeah. Yeah, we talk about Wind Waker Link is kind of unique in that he's like explicitly has no connection, like even like spiritually to the hero. But this one's kind of unique in that he's explicitly blood related to the hero because the ghost like calls him like his descendant and talking about like their bloodline and stuff.
Oh. I didn't even catch that during the game. I was like, yeah, okay. The skeleton guy, teach me another sword thing that I already kind of know how to do. Like,
Yeah. And that's why the ghost dude's so serious because he's that jaded 12-year-old grown up.
yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It all makes sense now. He's like, oh, I see you transforming into a wolf. That happened to me once.
Yeah.
But it was like all these dead people. That's cool.
I do like the like I didn't really like fully pay attention, but it's like the hero shade ghost guy, his like wolf form doesn't have an eye, and like that's reflected in his like skeleton form. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Yeah, when
Stalfos,
he's
I don't know.
when he's teaching you stuff, he has one eye.
Yeah.
When the wolf also has one eye. Yes.
Yeah.
The wolf songs kind of make me laugh because that like howling is really funny to me.
Yeah.
The sound effect. we could talk about, but later, I guess.
I think my favorite sound effect is the like distant howl as you launch Wolf Link off of high platforms. Like when you jump off the bridge into the lake and stuff, it's like he falls down and you hear the like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like his falling scream, but as a wolf.
Yeah.
Wolf Link has pretty good noises.
Mm-hmm.
He has good dog noises, like panting and little feet walking noises.
Mm-hmm.
And then he barks and runs faster, and then Minda makes a noise. Actually, Minda makes a lot of noises, but that's just one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I always enjoy that little animation of like her like kind of squawking indignantly and grabbing on as you run faster.
You can run faster as a wolf, so if you have to get somewhere fast and you don't want to call your horse, which is what I did, because as we discussed before, I just like horseback riding.
I also like the animation where, like, when you transform into a wolf and she lands on your back and
Yeah.
like, glares at her.
Yes. Like the whole game, you have the chain on your leg as a wolf, and it's like I'm not a corporal
jingle,
wolf.
jingle, jingle.
Like, yeah, like I've already for the first scene or whatever, it's fine, but then like when you transform back to Link, shouldn't it like come off? Anyway, whatever. But I guess you have to jingle like a doggo with a collar, you know.
But by that logic, wouldn't that mean that when you change back, you wouldn't have your uniform and all that?
Don't ask questions.
Look, I just want to see Link in the buff, okay?
What is this? The Fruit Basket podcast? I guess it's fine. Anyway, it is funny though. It's funny that the whole game he still has that little chain on his leg, which is great. To jingle.
I guess Minda didn't want to like accidentally cut off his paw.
I guess
she was breaking it with her power.
I guess so. She like extracts the thing out of you that transforms you. So I like how Minda's just like, I'll hold all this for you, and like carries everything for you, which is pretty funny. Like for like a chunk of like the first part of the game, you have the shield on your back and stuff as a wolf, and then she's like, how about I just carry this? And it's like, how about you do this earlier? Like, it's kind of cute. It's cute that he has
That's when she was still tormenting him, so
true. She's like, hey, you're a wolf anyway. How about you go get this thing for me? Get these few shadows for me.
I also love after you get the sword and shield where she like wears the shield on her face and it's like swinging the sword around, like
she's like, this sword sucks anyway, or whatever. Or the shield sucks, I can't remember. She's like, you got this. She's like, what do you want from me? I'm a fucking wolf.
Like, I live in a village with like 3 houses in it. You're lucky I found anything.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like in the middle of nowhere, basically. Like, nobody's coming out there to attack them. Like, they're not, they're not storing up. It's not like there's I guess it's in the Arbiter's grounds. There's like all these like, no. It's in Snow Peak. In Snow Peak, there's all these like stored, like weapons and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's not like Snow Peak. I guess Snow Peak is like I wonder what the like lore behind that is, but it's like a big house, but it has a bunch of crap.
Yeah, it's like a abandoned manor house, but it's also got like artillery and
yeah, it has cannons.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
it's like something went down here.
Suits of armor. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like
before the Yetis moved in.
Right. Maybe it's the royal family's, chalet or something. I don't know. But yeah, something definitely went down there. There's a lot of stuff in there before the Yetis moved in. The Yetis just like took advantage of the abandoned house and were like, "This is nice. It's pretty sweet. We'll store our cheese in this random room." Or whatever.
I like how the boss room is the bedroom, and like it's like a key with a heart on it to open it up instead of the normal boss key.
It's just like a regular room with like a little bed and stuff.
Yeah.
Then the boss is, and then you have to wait for like 20 minutes for her to walk up the stairs, which is also hilarious.
Yeah.
It's like just even if you run up there and like like open the door, then you still have to wait for her to walk up, which is really funny. That boss fight is funny. That was fun.
Yeah, speaking of the bosses,
yeah, characters, bosses.
Yeah. Is there any other characters you want to talk about? I think we kind of covered.
Well, Beetle's not there, which is very important.
Yeah. Instead, you get the freaky little child entrepreneur.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you mean Malo or whatever?
Yeah.
That was good.
One thing I never noticed before is that after you open the the Castletown Melo Mart, you see people like with bags from the store
Yeah.
all over the town.
That's neat.
Yeah, there's like a whole like, oh, the price gouging in Hyrule Town, Castletown, because there's so many people, and there's this whole like side thing where you can like improve the store if you do the side quest. And then everybody in Hyrule Town, Castletown is happy because the prices are better, which is really, really funny.
Yeah. And they'll like do the little dance to the weird song that plays in the shop.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
The postman's back.
Oh,
too.
Skull Kid. Oh yeah, the postman's
Oh yeah,
back.
Skull Kid.
Is
Yeah.
back.
Kid's really creepy looking in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And you're also harassed by those like other floating skeleton things, which are really annoying during that part.
Oh, the little puppet thing.
If you get lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like in the Lost Woods or whatever it's called in this game, you have to find Skull Kid a couple of times, just like in the Lost Woods in Ocarina of Time. But yeah, he like summons these like floating skeleton-y things that
I do like
attack
kind of the
you.
variation on the like Lost Woods puzzle where you used to have to follow like the music that he's playing.
Yeah, and then he plays it reminds me of like the Deku spirits.
Oh yeah,
like,
his little trumpet things.
little trumpet things, from Majora's Mask, and it actually makes like a similar noise, like when he calls the thingies. Yeah, I was like, oh hey, it's that, and then I was like, oh, creepy. And then,
Because like in this one, he has the moon's eyes,
it's kind of
right?
similar.
Isn't that what it is? He has the same eyes as the Majora's Mask.
I don't know. I didn't look at his face that long, to be honest. Let me look. Skull Kid, Twilight Princess. It's hard to get it's so creepy. Yeah, it's hard to get a good look at him because the only time you have to like aim at him and shoot him. I mean, he has like red glowing eyes. The thing in like Majora's Mask is that his face is hidden like 90% of the time.
Oh no, I mean
so
the
it's kinda
moon.
hard
The
to-
moon in Majora's Mask has those like red eyes. Like I think it's very similar.
Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at him. Skull Kid in Majora's Mask just has like a dark, like a black face with
Red,
like glowing yellow eyes, but the Skull Kid in Twilight Princess has like a creepy smile and creepy eyes and a creepy trumpet thing, and he's creepy. Anyway. And like you mostly don't fight him. I mean, you attack him, but you mostly fight off all those stupid minions that he calls, which is really annoying. But yeah, it's like the same sort of like puzzle as in Ocarina of Time, but like there's a lot more variation in the music. So like in Ocarina of Time, it just gets louder and quieter. But like there's different instruments that are added, like in where it gets louder, so like you can kind of hear it. But if it gets closer, then it plays like a trumpet and it plays it louder and stuff like that. It's very interesting. So it was a good variation on the same puzzle. I don't remember who else came back. Well, I mean, like all the like the Gorons and the Zoras came back as NPCs.
Yeah,
and I guess Kakariko Village has like Hylians again, but the Kakariko Village was very different, I would say. Than than the one in whatever Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, they've also got that like hidden village, which is like kind of implied to be like the old Kakariko village. Because talk about how imply it was founded by the Sheikah. And...
Yeah, the family that protected, or like the people that protected the royal family, and then like Impaz was named after Impa. She says like I'm named after the person who founded this village or whatever. So you also have
and then
that.
as far as like new species, we got the Oka. Sure.
Yes.
Freaky.
Terrifying.
I felt really bad going to the
fly
City
like
of the Sky,
chickens.
though. Yeah, because it's like, I'm like, this is a
have to.
sentient, intelligent species in their own home, and I'm just like picking them up and
Picking 'em up,
jumping off of cliffs
and
with
then,
them.
I know. It's really
sorry,
funny
dude.
and strange.
Yeah, the first time I picked it up, I was expecting the A button to like speak to them.
Oh yeah.
And I just grabbed it and hauled it over my head. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry.
No, they're just like, pardon me, sir or madam.
Yeah.
I like that Uku will take you back to the. I still thought that was really funny. I know I sent you guys a photo, but like when you buy arrows there, and it's like, in the store, and it's like, oh, I ordered these before I realized that Uku don't have like arms or whatever. That was really funny to use like a bow and arrow. The City in the
And
Sky
then-
is an interesting dungeon. But yes.
And then the
That was fun.
Twilight,
yeah.
Twilight, I don't know how it's supposed to be said, but
Twilight?
yeah.
Twily? It's your choice.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to
Midness
talk
people.
to them.
Yeah.
Though. They just
Yeah, they just
scream.
go, when you stand with them.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, oh, good. Once I bring the soul out, then they'll all like revert to normal, and I'll be able to talk to them. And they're just like, ah! And I was like, okay, I can't. Even though
It's like they're still coping with the existential despair of having been turned into a shadow beast. They'll talk to you later.
yeah. I guess so. And also Minda's gone because Minda doesn't want to come out when she's there.
Mm-hmm.
So they have like Zant, who they're probably all like, fuck this guy. They're all like screaming.
Yeah.
Even Zant is like, oh, the whole time during the
Yeah.
battle. And I was like, oh my god. WTF Zant.
Yeah, he's a
He's
weird dude.
He's like he's all jealous because he wanted to be the leader. And it's like, you were very strange. Like, I
Yeah.
don't know
Yeah.
about this.
It's like, can't imagine why nobody trusted you.
Like, I mean, because he was just a servant, wasn't he? Like, he had
just
no
a- yeah,
claim
I
to
think
the
so.
throne.
He's just
so
a
I don't
dude.
even the fact that like they even entertained
He
his
was like-
idea at all. I feel like is a
They probably didn't.
well, I guess, but like
Well, he was like, "Let me be the leader," and they were like,
Yeah.
"No." And then he walked out the balcony, and the fucking the sages sent Ganon there, and he spotted weakness in this person, and was like, "I know what to do."
Yeah.
And he was all like, "I have a new power, a better power." And then I don't know. I guess decided that he wanted to take over Hyrule too, but I think that was just Ganon talking. He's like, "By the way, how about you go do this thing for me?
Yeah.
break into the world of light and go and take over Hyrule. Then you can rule both, not just the Twilight, but also Hyrule." So yeah, Zant.
Yeah, Zant. Ganondorf's just kind of there.
yeah,
Not one of the more compelling depictions of Ganondorf, in my opinion. He's
yes,
aesthetically cool.
he looks very cool.
He's
I like the,
aesthetically cool.
Yeah, I like the glowing scar
That's pretty
in
cool.
his
Yeah.
chest from the failed execution.
Yeah.
I like his crown. He made himself a crown.
Yeah.
Yeah, the glowing scar is cool. I like the sages where like, we fucked up.
Yeah. They're like, Arba.
You can't just execute a Triforce person. It's not possible. You need all three. That's how this game world works.
Oh yeah, did you mention in your recap the ending how like the gods basically took the Triforce from Ganon away, right? That's what happened.
Oh.
That's what I. That's
Well,
I don't
his
know, that
Triforce
ending cutscene is
light
kind of confusing.
goes out.
yeah. I took it.
His light goes out, and then like Xant's there and like cracks his neck
Yeah.
and dies. I don't even know.
Maybe they were all like, you know how Zelda like gave her power to Midna, like maybe it was the same thing but in reverse with Ganon, like Ganon and Zant, or Ganondorf and Zant. Like maybe Zant had some residual control over Ganondorf. Like I don't know.
Yeah, it does. I think
Since they-
there's some implication.
They probably
that
shared
were
hearts
more-
too, is what
yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah, more entwined than Ganondorf intended. So
Yeah, and they were roommates. I mean,
yeah,
yeah, but I think like yeah, I don't know. Zelda's kind of seemed to like lend Midna her some of her powers, and like she disappears, but like she comes back and she's like fine later. But I think the thing about Ganon and Zant is they have this sort of like, you know, like Voldemort and Harry Potter, or not Voldemort and Quirrell relationship where they're one is kind of like using the other one. And Zant didn't seem like he had the ability to control Ganondorf, but he was able to like use his power or whatever. Like, I don't know. Like, they seem to be more intertwined, but you know, less able to be independently successful, I guess. But I don't think that his power was taken away. I think he just died. Because whenever they meet in these games, their little like Triforce things always glow. But they don't glow all the time.
Yeah.
So
Well, it just seemed like Ganon was struggling. Like he's definitely hurt, but
I mean, yeah, he's dead.
still alive. And then the Triforce kind of like it looked like it faded off of him, and then I think the Zant thing happened, and then he fell over. So I I took it to mean that like it was revoked. I don't know, maybe not.
Well, maybe, but they'll give it to another Ganon in another
Well,
generation.
It's always the same.
I say he still exists in later. Yeah, I was like, he still exists in later games.
Well, later in the timeline.
I mean, at least in Breath of the Wild.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know.
There's always one. They always come back. Even if they disappear, they always come back. It's how it works. Maybe the gods took it away, but they'll give it to someone other, a new Ganon. They'll find a new Ganon who will become the next Ganon. It'll be fine. Don't you worry, Cosm. There'll be a new Ganon soon. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's implied that they took his power away or not. That's an interesting question. Maybe Zant has it now.
Yeah, I just kind of figured it was like the Master Sword was needed to actually like kill him for the time.
Yeah,
It is.
That's always the thing that like cuts him down. So it's like the execution attempt didn't work because they didn't have that.
yeah.
That's true. You have to have the sword has to seal away his evil desires or whatever, and it was literally sticking out of him at the time. So yeah, maybe the magic finally worked. The sages aren't the same sages. At least like they appear different. Even if they are the same, I don't know if they're meant to be the same, but they're all sort of like bodiless and ethereal. They don't have corporal bodies like in Ocarina of Time. And the one got like blasted into oblivion, which is horrifying.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to that one. It's an interesting question. Because that was Ganon who attacked them.
Yeah.
Right? The sage. Yeah. So
Yeah.
mysteries. Games don't have to make sense. It's fine. It's fine. I feel like I read a lot of things that are like, the development of this, and it's like they developed this like gameplay technique, and then they decided that they wanted to have him be a wolf, and then they changed the story this way and then changed it that way. It's like very like, it's not like they are like, okay, the plot of this game is going to be this, and then we're going to design mechanics around this. It's like they kind of like go back and forth, it seems like.
Yeah, the fandom cares way more about the timeline than Nintendo.
Yeah,
does. They just want to make fun games.
Yes. There's other like important characters, like there's like, the kids.
Yeah.
And, not just the one that opens the store, not the enterprising child, but there's like Colin and like the dude, the like shaman or whatever from Kakariko, and Telma.
Telma. Yeah, I like Telma.
I like Telma too. Sassy characters.
Yeah.
We need them.
Yeah.
I don't like that scene where you have to defend the wagon though. That was fucking
Oh,
annoying.
yeah.
I hate that.
I hate everything about that.
I like that she has a cat named Louise.
Of course. I enjoyed all the cats. I was like, I'm gonna pick up the dogs and pick up the cats. Greatest gameplay.
I like how you can talk to all the animals when you're in a wolf form.
Yeah, they're so funny too. They're all like, "Hey, what's up?"
Yeah. And it's kind of cute. You can talk to Epona, and she's like, I recognize you even like this, but please turn back to normal.
I left Epona like right next to the warp in Kakariko Village, so every time I warped in, it was like butt shot of Epona, which was pretty funny.
Yeah, every time I left her like near a warp zone, and then I'd like warp back in, I'm like, oh, that's where she is.
Hey, it's Epona. I think you can see on the map where she is. Do you ever change the name of Epona, or do you just keep it Epona? These are important questions.
You're a strictly
Epona person.
I'm a strictly canon names person. I always go with Link and Epona.
Oh. I always name my save file L, unless L is taken, in which case it was Lonk in that other game, whichever one it was. Wind Waker.
It's like, I feel like Link is an established character rather than a self-insert, so I don't...
Yeah.
It doesn't feel right putting my own name on him compared to, like, I don't know, the Pokemon protagonist or whatever.
That's true. The Pokemon protagonist doesn't really have personality.
Yeah, it's like I always name my, like, in like an RPG or something where like the whole character is you. I always name the character like K or something, but I don't know. It's like Link is Link, so
I have to differentiate my save file from my sister's as a child, so it has to have some name that's. I guess now I live. Mike's not playing it, so I guess I can do what I want. But Link definitely in this game for sure. He has like his own like personality. It's not like in like the SNES versions, the older versions. I feel like it is more like you can kind of insert yourself.
Yeah.
But then after like Ocarina of Time, it's like very much like he is Link and Link is the character. You know? You're not playing as yourself, you're playing as Link for sure.
Yeah.
It's not like you in an avatar. It's like you're playing the story of Link and you're just there. You're controlling him.
Yeah.
Oh, Cosm, do you change your name and your
I
horse's
do.
name?
I didn't change Epona's name, but I did change my name to some variation of like Link, but with some changes. So
Lonk.
I think for Wind Waker I was Lumpsk, and for this one I was Zinc.
I like that. I didn't change my horse's name this time. I can't remember. I remember the first time I definitely changed it, but I don't remember what it was. And then, like, you can name all your horses in Breath of the Wild
yeah.
or whatever, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So they all
I named them whatever because they're not
Epona.
Epona, so...
They're not Epona. Yeah, so it doesn't matter.
I think you can get Epona with one of the amiibos, but it's not one I own, so so there's no Epona in my game.
Oh. Do you have any, like, favorite, like, dungeons or locations or, like, bosses or...
I was going to talk about the like enemies and bosses.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind.
Yeah.
Seamless segue. Perfect timing.
Yeah. Yeah. So as far as the normal enemies go, I think probably the most notable introduced ones are the Bulblins, which seem to sort of be like a more like intelligent and organized version of like Bokoblins and stuff. Like they seem to have sort of a society and work together and have a king and stuff. So
Right. Yeah, they do have... They have big ones that are in control. Yes.
and they build little forts and have, tamed
Boars.
those boars for riding and stuff. So
That's true. These are all good points that I didn't think about until you said them just now.
and then we got like freaky Twilight versions of a lot of normal enemies.
Oh yeah.
That you encounter just in the Twilight realm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then like the shadow beasts, which they always freak me out every time I fight them.
I don't like them.
So you have to kill the last two at the same time,
Yeah.
otherwise they revive everyone and stuff.
Yeah. You can't leave just one.
Yeah.
You have to. You can kill like 3 at once or 2 at once or whatever. However you want to strategize.
Yeah. There's like one room in the Palace of Twilight where they keep spawning, and I'm like, how are there so many in this room?
Yes.
But yeah.
Stop calling these.
Yeah.
I like the ghost rats.
Yeah.
That's a new enemy.
Oh
I
yeah.
guess it's
Those
not in
guys.
Twilight.
Yeah.
Yeah, they climb on you and they make you look heavy, and then the only way to get rid of them is turn to a wolf and do your like special wolf move.
Yeah.
been
I like how
attacked.
if you're in wolf form, when they start swarming on you, Midna's like,
And it's
Oh
like,
yeah.
yeah, it's really funny. That's an accurate. That's how you should respond to them.
Yeah.
There's the freaky Twilight bird things with the freaky faces.
Yeah, they're really... It's like they got no
Horrifying.
head. They've got like a trumpet neck thing.
Yeah.
With a big mouth, kind of like the upside down monsters from Stranger Things.
Oh yes. Yeah.
You know the one. I read a really interesting. I think it's in the like Hyrule Historia or one of those like official Zelda books that Nintendo published. I can't remember which one. There's like 2 or 3 of them. That the visuals for this game were inspired by Lord of the Rings, which had just come out around that time, which makes a lot of sense.
It
They
does.
also look like the ring wraith bird things because they didn't have faces either, from what I remember. But yeah, that's why a lot of the locations have that vibe.
It's definitely got that epic fantasy
Yeah.
vibe to it.
I mean, they go like Lord of the Rings and Legend of Zelda go like peas and carrots. They're like they go hand in hand. So it's not surprising that you would. It's a good visual language to draw from.
As far as the bosses go, most of them are like creatures or NPCs corrupted by either the Fused Shadows or the Mirror of Twilight. It's pretty fortunate that the ones that are actually NPCs don't just disappear into the ether and you can recover them compared to everyone else.
Yeah, they don't just explode away.
Yeah.
They just like pop out the Twilight piece or whatever thing you need from them, and then they're fine.
Yeah. Special shout out to Star-Lord, of course, who is awesome. And to Blizzetta, who is really freaky and also has really cool music.
Yes. Yeah.
I enjoy Blizzetta.
Yeah, it's got like a little jump scare. She transforms. And
Yeah.
Yeah. Which one is Star-Lord?
The Arbiter Ground.
that's the big skeleton guy. You
Big
beat
skeleton?
in Arbiter's Ground with the spinner.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And you spin and you hit the back, and then you hit the head. Yeah, I forgot about the beginning, how you hit the spine.
Yeah. He also just looks really cool.
Well, it's like a dragon skeleton. There's a lot of good
Yeah.
dragon-y bosses in this game, because there's the one from the City in the Sky also.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that one's cool too, because you it's
one's
basically like a Spider-Man game before.
Yeah. I told you, this game has every other game in it. There's like snowboarding and first-person shooters and Spider-Man. Yeah, you claw your way up to the top of the thing, and then you latch onto it, and then you put on your boots and pull them down, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. So that's kind of interesting to fight because you sort of like do a weird rehash of like several previous bosses.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of Zelda games have that though, where it's like you do all the same fights again.
Those usually are the same exact fight. This is
it's like usually it's like a repeat of the boss, but
yeah, this is a
he sort of copies them in a sort of way. Like it's not exactly the same, but he's in their arenas and does something similar to them.
That's true. I mean, I feel like he kind of, it's like Ganon, like through him, was corrupting all of them, I guess, in various ways by either inserting the few shadow, like, I don't know, they all had to guard the few shadows or whatever, or like had the Twilight mirror pieces were scattered there. So it's almost like, I feel like what I took away from that was that like it was his, like he did it, and that's why he's like in these arenas again. I don't know. That was my interpretation. I don't know if that's how it's supposed to be. But
mine is that his power is stolen. It's not his own, and so even his own fight is not his own. It's just these other fights that he had to steal from.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Metaphorical.
Yeah, I guess they're not exactly the same, but they're very similar.
They're similar in some ways, yeah.
Yeah. That part was also a lot less hard than I thought. Fighting Xant was less hard than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. He did have a final phase, though. That was his own.
He has his own. Plus, he has his giant masks that he controls, too. So, they're so weird. The Twilight Palace level is weird. I mean, it's like appropriately weird, but it's just a very strange level.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. There's like the big hand that floats around.
Yeah,
I fucked up so many times. I mean, I liked but didn't like it. And also I just screwed up so many times. Like, I don't know, I just struggled a lot with that, getting the two things out. And I was like, oh yay, I finally did it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and the floating hand has like a crazy psycho music thing when it comes close to you.
Yeah.
Which, only adds to the horrifying vibe.
You briefly fight Zelda in this game.
Right?
Yeah.
So cool.
It's controlled by Ganondorf, so that's fun.
I liked it.
I really like the corrupted version of Zelda's Lullaby that plays during that part.
I like also you can see her like on her neck and stuff, there's like markings, kind of like all the Twilight, like the portals and stuff that show up later.
Yeah.
So also her overall look is sort of corrupted too. Yeah, that was cool. It's creepy.
Yeah, it's very creepy.
Yeah.
And Ganondorf himself, who you fight first in beast form and then on horseback, because I think they were really proud of their horseback combat in this game.
They're like, we built it, we might as well use it.
It is fun, though.
And I was like, fuck. Well, I mean, it's like, yeah, I also love hate that because I'm really bad at it, but it's fun when you get it to work right. Well, he has his beast form again, which is very similar to the one in Ocarina of Time. Still kind of like piggish with the big horns and stuff like that. Yeah. And he does that annoying jumping through the portal thing, which is very similar to that one, the Forest Temple.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ocarina of Time, where he jumps through the paintings. This one time was slightly easier. That was also a fight that took me forever to do in Ocarina of Time. It was really hard. I was like, this is the first temple. Are all of them going to be like that? And it's like, no, they aren't. That one's just hard.
I like how you fight like Ganon's beast form and your own beast form, too.
Yeah, that was also cool. They really make you commit to using the wolf Link in multiple parts of the game toward the end. Like, you have to use it. Well, I mean, if you go into the Twilight Mist in the Twilight Palace, then you become a wolf. So there's like times where you have to be a wolf there, unless you have the soul. And then for the Ganon fight and stuff like that. There's other times too.
Yeah, I think they do a pretty good job of like incorporating Wolf Link into like the puzzle design of the later dungeons when you have the ability to transform.
And there's good reasons, because like, you have to smell the pods and you have to like dig through. You have to dig into
sense
something to get into the
ghosts
castle.
and dig things.
Yeah, you have to sense ghosts. So many ghosts. This game is creepy. I think all those people who are like, Wind Waker's too cute, I want a serious Zelda game, they think they finally got their answer from Nintendo in this game, because I think this one, Majora's Mask, is like creepy, but this is like the scariest one, I would say. It has the most like horror aspects with the jump scares and the Zelda possession and whatnot. And the ghosts everywhere. So many ghosts hauntingly pointing at things.
I think Majora's Mask is darker. It's just
Yeah.
that, like the visuals on this one make some of the spooky parts spookier.
Yeah.
But like this is rated T for teen. But it's like, yeah, I think that it was like I think they've done stuff that should probably be rated T for teen in earlier games. So
Is this game really rated T?
it's
That's
just
funny.
yeah, it's like the only T rated one.
What? But like in Wind Waker, you stab Ganon in the head.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. I was like, you don't even see him stab him
I
on
thought
the
it-
screen in
and
this
also
game. It cuts
Ocarina
away.
of Time, doesn't he like explode with all his like green blood everywhere? Whatever they changed in the one.
Well, I think
version?
because I think they changed it to green.
Oh, they
to
made it
keep
green.
to keep
That's
it
what it was.
the rating.
Yeah, the earliest versions were red, and then they changed it to green to appease the ESRB.
Oh, it's so funny. I forgot. First of all, now that I'm an adult, I forgot that games had ratings, but I didn't realize this game had a T rating. That's funny.
But it's like when you're playing Majora's Mask and Link is like screaming as he horribly
Right.
transforms into different things. I'm like,
They're like, oh, I guess it's fine. Children are fine with this.
yeah.
No.
So if I watched a couple videos of like people playing Majora's Mask for the first time, and like every time there's like a mass transformation, it's like almost inevitably the person playing is like, holy shit.
Yeah.
I remember reading somebody's experience when we were doing like research for when I was writing my things for Majora's Mask, and it was like this person that was like me turning on my brother's save file from Majora's Mask when I was like 7, and they're like panicking or whatever. Like, oh my god, what's happening? And doing the mask transformation for the first time.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
But yeah, I think it's the more realistic visual style that made them go like, oh man, this is too dark for children. So
I mean, it's definitely. I think there's more like straight up horror genre elements in Twilight Princess than there are in Majora's Mask. But Majora's Mask is creepier because it's like it's like our experience playing it as adults that makes it creepy, where you're like, why do you think that you're okay with me being this like dead person? Like, you think I'm a dead person, and like all the creepy moon children asking you the questions and stuff. Like, I think there's more like psychological horror.
except for the mass, I'd agree with you. Except for the mass transformation.
The mass transformation,
Yeah.
the mass transformation is really creepy, and they have their creepy soulless eyes, and it's like, yeah, it's horrifying. How is that not rated?
Like if I played it as a kid, I would have been like, nope.
I wouldn't have played that as a child. I wouldn't have played any of these games as a child. Maybe Wind Waker. I mean, I played Wind Waker as like a tween, so I guess that counts. But yeah, I wouldn't have played any of these games. I couldn't have played. There's no way I could have played Ocarina of Time as a child, and then I definitely couldn't have played Twilight Princess as a child. I probably would have been scared playing it the first time I played it if I made it all this way through. When I was like 16 or 17 or whatever it was. But yeah, it's definitely a spookier game. T for teen.
I think yeah. I feel like I'd call it like a moody game. Like it's got an atmosphere.
Yeah.
Melancholy vibe. It like I said, I think it just has like generally more like there's like the jump
It's like I think people
scares
joke
and
about it being like
ghosts
the edgy Zelda, but I don't think it's edgy. I think it's just
I don't think so.
Yeah.
it's moody.
Because like you still it has a dark atmosphere, but it doesn't really. I think you still feel the same sense of accomplishment and whatever like in Ocarina of Time, but not the same questions like Majora's Mask. I would call that edgy.
Yeah.
I would call Majora's Mask dark. I would call Twilight Princess spooky.
Yeah.
Although there are a lot of similarities, like all the transformation, like you can transform into a wolf, obviously in Twilight Princess, and then you have all the mask transformations, like in Majora's Mask, that let you do different physical things. So in that way, they're actually very similar, like game mechanic to a certain extent.
Yeah. I really like the animation of transforming into and back from a wolf. In the
Yes.
game,
Yeah.
Like,
I'm forced to crouch.
Do we want to talk about visuals and all that since we're pretty much doing it?
We can. Do you want to change it up this time? We're like halfway through our podcast. Do you want to change the order of things?
I mean, you guys kind of started it.
I was gonna say, aren't you supposed to talk about like whatever first? I don't remember. What's your section? You're supposed to talk about gameplay and speed runs first.
Yeah.
But we can talk about visuals.
I mean, we're on
I
it.
have some interesting things to say. Okay, let's do it. Changing it up. I'm uncomfortable with change.
I mean, I can go ahead. And,
no, I'm just kidding. I think we should do it. I'm not uncomfortable with change at all. I have some interesting things to say, actually. So I think we talked about the GameCube like technology, because this game was released for GameCube and it was released for Wii around the same time, in the same year, within the same month. So what that means is that they were working on this game for GameCube and then were able to work on it and release it with the Wii as well while it was in development. And so in terms of having my little technology corner break about the Wii, there are some obvious differences. The most obvious differences are on the outside, though. It's like the input output where you have like the Wii remote and stuff like that. But the actual like inner components of the console are very similar to the GameCube, according to Rodrigo Copetti, who's like architecture, console architecture articles I've read a couple of times and talked about on this podcast, which I'll also link in our notes, in the show notes, because I think they're really interesting. I enjoy reading them. But turns out the Wii is basically like a glorified GameCube. Like they're not that different, and the Wii just has more processing power, so you're able to get things like more higher resolution graphics. Oh, and also I guess one other important thing visually is that the Wii was the first Nintendo console that enabled like 16:9 resolution, so like high widescreen resolution for games, where the GameCube didn't. So there is that visual difference, but like ultimately you just got like more processing power. And the great thing about that is, like, at least in the case of Twilight Princess, they were able to port the game from the GameCube version that was already in development and release it with the Wii at the same time. So that worked out for everybody who wanted a Wii. And the other thing, I think also notably about the Wii in terms of visuals, the Wii version of this game, is that the game was reversed. So all of the graphics were reversed. Mm-hmm. And the reason for that, which I find a very strange reason, is that Link is left-handed. And so when they developed motion controls for the Wii remote for Twilight Princess, they wanted the controls to be used in the right hand, which I guess is like most people are right-handed. I don't know. So they decided, instead of remaking all of the same environments but changing the way that Link's like stuff was animated or whatever, they just like flipped all the graphics. So the whole game, if you played this on the Wii, was mirrored. Every single thing was mirrored. So it was very interesting. Yeah, and that really threw people like me off when I started playing the HD version. Mm-hmm. Do we all play the Wii U version of this game?
I think
I
so.
did. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So finally, it's been long enough. We're recording this in 2022, and that game came out in 2000. I played it in 2007 or 2008. So it's finally been long enough that years and years, 6 years. It's finally been long enough.
The other time it tripped me up this time was a couple times in Kakariko Village where I'm like, the bomb shop's up here on the left. Oh, wait.
No. And also, I always got thrown off in, Orden Village because I spent so much time. That was, where I spent the majority of the time playing when I played it previously. So it's always like, oh, this thing is, on this side, and, this is how you get to the ranch, and this is how you get... I always get confused between, the road to the woods and the road to the ranch and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it's finally been long enough that I was able to play it on the Wii the Wii U without problems. But yeah, it's very, if you were really familiar with it on the Wii version, the flip was really weird, because what they actually remastered was the GameCube version, I guess, for the Wii U, which is pretty interesting. But yeah, I don't know. We talked about the GameCube a lot before, because we talked about Wind Waker, so I'm mostly going to talk about the Wii, but I think obviously the most important and interesting development of the Wii was the Wii Remote. So the way the Wii Remote worked is that there was a sensor bar. There was a bar that you mounted by your TV, and then the bar had 2 infrared LEDs in it. And then what would happen is, in the Wii Remote, in every Wii Remote, there's a little infrared camera that senses where those 2 points are, and is able to, once you calibrate it, is able to then point at the screen, and you're able to point at the screen with it. And in this game, the visual, that representation for that point on the screen was a little fairy. So you have a little Navi with you, even though they don't say anything, which is pretty cute. And also this game, I guess this is more of a gameplay thing, but the Wii Remote could be used like a sword And I think an important thing for sound is that the Wii Remote has a speaker, and so you had like sword sounds, and then also like Midna's little, Midna's little like giggle when she, when you like interact with her stuff and she helps you jump on things, so her little like giggle comes out of there. And I think there's like other item sounds and stuff that come out of the Wii U remote. I was gonna try to play the Wii version on my Wii U, but turns out that when you play a Wii game in your Wii U, because even though it's backwards compatible, you have to like load into the Wii operating system. It's like completely separated. I don't know exactly how it works, but like if you want to play a Wii game, you put it in, you click on the game, and it has to like restart and start the Wii menu, and then you can start the game. And it's like, hey, nobody got time to wait for this to load. I'm just gonna play the HD version. Fuck that. So anyway, but yeah, I played it for a little bit just to remember like what the weird like Wii remote controls were like and stuff like that. But yeah, it was fun. You slash you wiggle the Wii remote around, and you like jump around as a wolf, and you slash your sword, and it's a little bit chaotic, and that's what makes it fun. Oh yeah, and then it also has like there's the Wii remote had a separate attachment called the nunchuck that was like attached with a cord, and it had an extra
joystick.
Yeah, joystick and 2 buttons, right? So apparently you use the buttons. I never played far enough of the game to do this, but you use the buttons to like fire your bow and stuff like that. So your sword's always controlled by the Wii remote.
I can remember like thrusting forward with the nunchuck to do like the shield attack and stuff back in the day, which is kind of fun.
And I think the spin attack also you like shook both of them at the same time.
Yeah, you shake the Wii remote. Yeah, or whatever. There's definitely opportunity to discuss this again with Skyward Sword, because Skyward Sword has like the charge thing where you hold the Wii remote up. I don't remember exactly how it works, but I remember playing that also.
Skyward Sword has more refined controls because it uses the Wii Motion Plus, so
it's
also more than just waggling the Wii remote madly. So.
It came out so much later. Like the Wii had been around for so much longer. I don't remember exactly when Skyward Sword came out. I think it was almost done with University, so it's probably 2012. So it's like 6 years later. Yeah, so 5 or 6 years later. So
something like that.
There were 5 years to develop Wii technology, because I think the thing about I think we talked about this before, because we were talking about like things on the Game Boy Advance and like the DS and stuff. But like when the Wii came out, I don't think people knew what to do with like the Wii technology. Like I don't think people really knew what to do with it yet, but I think by the time Skyward Sword came out, people had a better understanding of like what it was like to play with the controller, and like what situations were going to be good, because like you also couldn't point your Wii remote at the sun and stuff like that. Like there was like you know what I mean, like there had been more home use, so people understood, way more people had broken their TV screens by throwing a Wii through them by the time Skyward Sword came out. So like I think you have this sort of just like, you just wiggle the remote and stuff happens in Twilight Princess, but Skyward Sword has a lot more like finesse. So anyway, it's very interesting. But I think that is a really important like part of Twilight Princess, and like what made it compelling on the Wii as well when it was released. Apparently it was like one of the most popular games that was paired with a Wii console. I was reading about it because there was like some Mario game that came out for Wii. Was it Galaxy? Am I crazy? No. Yeah, Galaxy. So there's Galaxy, but like Twilight Princess was one of the like most paired games with the Wii console during its release. I don't know where to say this, but I wanted to talk about this because I thought it was interesting. It has nothing to do with visuals and music, but more to do with like the Wii in my like technology corner and Twilight Princess, which is great. So we talked about this before we started recording, but one of the first ways that people were able to like hack the Wii console, because basically we talked about this before, but the console's just a specialized computer, and Nintendo doesn't want you to install whatever fucking software you want on its specialized computer for piracy reasons or whatever, right? But one of the people seek to do this because you know how people be. So apparently one of the first ways that people were able to hack the Wii to install their own homebrew or like homemade software was by using Twilight Princess, which is pretty interesting. So you can name your horse. We were talking about if you name your horse, do you name your horse or not? You can give your horse a custom name. And apparently the game like doesn't check the length of this field. And so the people who were able to develop this like hack realized that you can store basically whatever the fuck you want in that field. And there's like a memory issue that enables you to like do whatever you want, install whatever you want. So they were able to use this to then execute a thing that would install a special channel on your Wii called the Homebrew channel, and you could load whatever your own homebrew software that you wanted to add. So pretty fun. But Twilight Princess enabled this to happen in the early versions of the Wii U menu, and that was pretty cool. Anyway, that was my technology corner. Talking about the Wii controller and I think like the main visual thing is that it's the main like technology things I think we need to be aware of in this release that are different is like the game was able to be widescreen and you have more processing power so you can have richer content. So basically you're getting like richer visuals and you're getting way richer sound, which we can talk about. In terms of visuals, I tried to find if there was like special packaging because I always start from the outside of the game, but I don't think there was any super special packaging for this game until the Wii U versions where they released them with amiibos and you could get the like Wolf Link amiibo special packaging and stuff like that. But like there was, I mean, it's just like it looks like a regular box. I think there might be shiny like foil and stuff, and then like the game probably has gold on it, but there's no like gold cartridge anymore. Like we're not doing that anymore apparently. So yeah, so there wasn't anything like particularly notable in the packaging. And we talked about how the game was flipped. We also talked about how the visuals were heavily inspired by Lord of the Rings, apparently, which totally makes sense if you look at it. If you look at it for more than like 5 seconds, especially like in Hyrule Field, there's all these like hills and stuff. It's like very, very Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. The Hyrule Field, obviously the map is huge, so much bigger than Ocarina of Time, because we have more memory and more space, and like there's a lot of open space for things to happen, which is pretty cool. Even like Lake Hylia is really big.
Yeah.
And you have all these little like nooks and crannies. Little Orden Village is nice. The places that you start seem pretty small, but then you get into Hyrule Field and everything is gigantic. And even like Hyrule Castle has a huge map too, which is pretty cool. The Arbiter's Grounds also, like the desert is massive. The desert is really big. It's actually one of the biggest places in the map. Now that I think about it. And Snow Peak is cool, but it's just small. Snow Peak has you climb up the mountain, then you get to the top, and then you do the like snowboarding part, and it's like a direct straight shot to the Snow Peak Manor. I actually think Snow Peak Manor is a very interesting. I don't know if it's called Manor, but it's like the big house. It's a really interesting dungeon because it's like a house. It's like you normally go into a dungeon and it's like a cave or like a big tree or like a like underwater, but this is like no. This is a big fucking haunted house. It's filled with ice. It's pretty cool.
Even just like looking at the map screen, it just like looks like
they're rooms,
like an actual like house layout.
Yeah, I enjoyed that a lot. I think
like
this is the first time.
There's some dungeony twist to it, but you could kind of imagine people actually living there.
Yeah, and like they're in the rooms that like there's like the room with the fireplace and like the kitchen. They're the ones that like are the most like look inhabitable. But the others have like things have collapsed. There's like a courtyard that's open that's filled with snow and stuff like that. But yeah, normally in the rooms there's like the ceilings collapsed or something, and so that's how all the ice kind of gets in and takes over. But you can see the old walls and stuff, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I thought that was an interesting location visually. I really didn't like how the Zoras were frozen. This is kind of a visual comment, but it was just creepy.
It's a really cool moment, though, when you hit your senses.
Cool. Yeah.
And you just see them all down there.
I think your wolf vision in general, like your wolf senses, is a really interesting visual overlay. There's a couple very interesting visuals that are sort of like overlaid on the world. Like, I kind of struggled with what to say about like the visuals of the world specifically. Like, it's not really like Wind Waker where there's like distinct places and different sort of like styles of art. Like this kind of goes back to the same like imagery that Zelda's been drawing on for a long time, that like medieval art. I think that's why you can get sort of like Lord of the Rings stuff in there. You have these like crazy like the Dark Nut armor is very like medieval and stuff like that. The Twilight has its own separate visuals, which we can talk about, but like the overworld is like very whatever idealized medieval Europe situation, except for Kakariko, which is like the desert, which is like the west of the US. And even has like, you mentioned that Link is like a cowboy and whatever, which I guess he literally is, but there's a lot of like Western music influence in this game, which is pretty funny to me.
Especially when you do the like old town shootout in the hidden village.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. And like Kakariko Village, it's like the same melody from Kakariko and Ocarina of Time, but the pace and the instruments that are used are more like Western movie music, where it has like this like flute, like a wood flute kind of sound, and it's like slower. The Twilight music actually has this like whistle at the beginning that reminds me of like Western music. You know, like there's a really famous movie. What is it called? I made a note to myself. Oh, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. It has that like doo 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 whistle at the beginning. That's like famous from that soundtrack. But like when you go to the Twilight, there's this like, it's not an actual whistle, but it's this like kind of like whistle at the beginning, like you're going into another world, which is very interesting. So there's a lot of like Western music influence, like Western movie music, which is influenced by multiple other genres of music, but I'm just gonna lump them all together as like Western movie. It's in multiple places in this game, which is very interesting. And then that's kind of a first notable thing for this game. Western wasn't a big thing. No cow herding in Wind Waker or whatever. Goat herding, I guess. But yeah, the
mild pig herding.
Yeah, pig herding. You just pick them up and throw them, though. It's fine. There are two major sort of like visual overlays I noticed. One is when you're in the Twilight, there's this like black square like floating layer. So as you move, it's constantly in the same position away from you, like in 3-dimensional space. So there's like the background or whatever, but then there's this layer in between you and the background that has these like floating kind of like pixely black little like squares basically. And I thought that was interesting. But the wolf vision is also really interesting, where like everything is darkened and then things have different colors. So like you can pick out scent trails and you can observe like places where you can dig that are sparkly and stuff like that. So you have this like extra layer of vision that you use in multiple points of the game that change the look and feel in the overworld and in the Twilight, which is interesting. Oh, and then I guess we can talk about the Twilight, which will be the last thing, and and probably the most prominent visual thing. So in the Twilight, obviously everything is sort of like darkened as if it is Twilight, and the sky is like orange. The clouds are black. I noticed there was a lot of cloud rolling texture in this game. There's a lot of cloud animation, but especially in the Twilight and in the last scene, the fight scene at the Hyrule Castle. There's this like storm. You can see a lot of cloud movement for whatever reason, as a visual thing that's happening there.
The Twilight's kind of interesting because I remember it looks really cool. I remember the early trailers. It was basically just like grayscale. When they were in Twilight. I think it looks really cool in the final version. It's sort of like
glowy,
oversaturated sepia tone. I like how it's got kind of there's sort of a like weird like corrupted digital vibe to all the Twilight stuff. With, like the pixely stuff, and then like also the music, especially the battle music when enemies are around.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%. And it's a very interesting choice. I think that like adds a lot of contrast between like the Hyrule overworld and the Twilight, and even in the music. Definitely in the Twilight, it has that very distinct style, like you mentioned, like that sort of like almost like synthetic sounding. There's like buzzing and like things are very choppy, like the notes are cut short, and it sounds. I don't know how much of this is actually like recorded versus synthesized sound, but it definitely purposely sounds synthetic, I would say.
Yeah.
As opposed to in the overworld in this game, which has a massive soundtrack. Like, I was also telling Cosmo and Kayla before we started recording that I was trying to listen to all the soundtrack to make notes, and it's like so much music because there's so much. Like, there might be a theme. Like, you remember the Ordon Village theme. But there's like 3 or 4 different versions of music for Ordon Village that are up for like different times. Like there's one when you're sneaking around as a wolf. And then there's one when it's called like Departure. It's when Link leaves and it has the Ordon theme, but it also has like these other dark themes from other songs in it. But yeah, there's like multiple variations of music for the same area for all of the areas. So the library of music that's used in this game is much more substantial than any of the Zelda games that we played before, which is very interesting. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, whether it's synthesized or not, or if it's just like recordings that were played, there's a substantial amount of orchestral music. So you have a lot of string sound, like a lot of string music. There's like harp, there's like flute and woodwind noises. You got brass, so like in the like trumpets and stuff, like in the Hyrule Castle type music, fanfare music and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So the music in the overworld in general has this much more like orchestrated sound, in the sense it's like an orchestra is playing it, is what I'm trying to say, as opposed to this like synthetic sound that's used in the Twilight primarily. There's like there are some things where there's like a mix, like Midna's theme has a lot of strings and stuff too, but like the Twilight battle music and stuff is definitely more on the synthetic side, which is very interesting. And I think also adding in general to like my people who love Ocarina of Time versus other Zelda games theory is that this game has a lot of songs that were taken from Ocarina of Time that were reused or like reinterpreted. So like the theme in like the Veneru, like the Zora area. I don't know why I'm having like a complete brain fart right now, but it uses the song, the Serenade of Water from Ocarina of Time. Where's my other list? Oh, I talked about Kakariko. The Goron theme comes back in the Goron area. Lost Woods we talked about. The Lost Woods theme comes back. And then even, there were some of the Wolf Howls that I noticed were the same, but a lot of the Wolf Howl songs, like the Howling Stone songs, are from Ocarina of Time. Apparently there's one from Wind Waker. Oh. I read it in an article, but I don't remember which one it is. The wolf sound effect is really funny to me. You have this like howl that you can set it to 3 different pitches, but it kind of like glides between them. Like you're playing like a theremin kind of, where it doesn't, it's not like you stop one pitch and start another. So it's not like with all the Ocarina or the Wind Waker, when you point it in a direction, the sound isn't continuous. But the wolf howl is continuous, and so you kind of get this like funny result when you play the wolf songs, which is pretty funny. Yeah,
I'm glad those were very lenient, because it's very challenging to do.
Some of them were really hard. I think it was the last one or the second to last one. It was like, it took me a long time to figure out. And there's no guide, like with once you learn the songs, like the Ocarina songs and like the songs for Majora's Mask, like you can usually reference them somewhere in the menu or whatever. And I think these you can reference them like, I don't know. There's no guidance sort of on the screen. So
yeah, I think it's very lenient, and it keeps kind of a record of what you did, so that like if you remember you memorize like the first couple notes, you can like play it again and be like, okay, now I just need to get these last couple, because it's like, recorded on the bars, basically.
Yeah, if you do it correctly, then it like that part of the bar like turns blue.
So it remembers how well you did the last time. So if you got it before and you mess it up on your like next play, it'll erase that segment that you didn't do right. But like I there's one that I was like really frustrated on, because I kept trying and I was like, I thought I had it. Turns out that I just had to keep going. I didn't finish the song, but I thought I did. So like that was a little, because like it doesn't tell you, like
you have to hold it for a really long time at the end.
But like it doesn't tell you when you're done, and like at some point you can just keep howling and like you're not making any progress, so you have to like let go of the button and start howling again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's frustrating, but it's cool.
But then you only have to do it the one time, so it's not like
That's
like
true.
you repeat them. Like I definitely don't remember any of the Wolf songs except for the ones that I knew were songs from other things,
Yeah.
basically. But like I definitely wouldn't remember them. But you just use it to get the sword technique, and then you don't have to, you don't use it over and over again. Minda warps you. You don't have to memorize any warp songs or whatever. So
Yeah, some of them are kind of challenging, but it's like there were some where I'd be like, oh, I messed that up, but then it was like ding ding ding, and I'm like, oh, I got it.
Oh,
Yeah. So
it's fun. It's fun howling like a wolf, though.
it's kind of fun messing around, just making his head go up and down. Be like, ooh.
Yeah.
It's also kind of you can like sit at like the grasses and howl the
Oh yeah.
the bird and
You can
the
call
bird song and
Epona
Epona's
and the
song
bird.
and call them.
There's so yeah, the wolf is fun, but you don't really learn other songs. Like you get a call for Epona later, but there's not. So it's kind of nice that they incorporated songs into the game somehow, but you don't actually like need them to accomplish things in the game. So it's very interesting, but it's not the same as like Ocarina of Time or like Majora's Mask. But you still get that like vibe from or Wind Waker because you use them frequently in Wind Waker as well. But Minda warps you places, so you don't need a warp, and you don't. It just becomes. You have to wait for it to become day or night, which I guess can be annoying if you really want to get all the Poe souls. But yeah, and it's pretty. It changes.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It doesn't come up very often compared to previous games. There were a couple times where I'm like, how do I change it today? Oh, I can't.
Yeah, no. No, you just wait. But it's not, I don't, when did you need to change it today? Because I don't remember.
Well,
I had to go buy something from
Yeah.
the store.
yeah.
That's right, you
He
have to
puts,
wait
a
for it to
snarky,
open.
he puts a snarky sign on his door if it's nighttime.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, why would you need to be open? It's like, well, the fucking bomb shop is open. Why can't you open 24 hours a day? With your child labor store.
Mallow has no respect for barns.
No. No, he's all on the cutting edge of trying to bring goods to the people of Hyrule or whatever. So he has to go spend his nighttime setting up the store in Hyrule Castle Town or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that. I also had to wait around at night, and I was like, well, I guess I'll go get this Poe soul, and I guess I'll do this. Even the Poes are creepy in this game.
Yeah.
And Giovanni's really creepy. Come to think of it, we didn't talk about him, but whatever.
I like his cat who's like, my master's a dumbass.
Yeah, I like how he gives you fairy tears, and it's like, couldn't you just take these, or like what?
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever. I guess he got in. He can't move because of his greed or whatever. So I don't know. But yeah,
I think it's
like
a very specific curse, like the spider people and the
oh yeah, I forgot.
Ocarina of Time.
Oh god, I forgot about the spider people and how gross and creepy they are. That should have been rated T for teen.
It seems like greed curses in Hyrule are serious business.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, wolf curses are fine. You can come back from that, but you can't come around from a greed based curse. That's not okay. Yes, so there was a fight music. Oh, and everybody gets their own theme song in this game. Like Ilya gets a theme, Midna gets a theme, Uku gets a theme, or Oko, whoever you want to say. And even the mailman gets their own theme. So there's a lot of everybody gets their own music in this game, which is pretty funny. And I mean, it's nice because I don't think you really like noticed at the time, but then like I said, I was going through the soundtrack and I was like, there is a lot of music in this game, so much. And then we had a lot of our favorite Zelda, sounds come back, like the fairy music and the inside of a house music and the shop music and whatever, all those normal songs and like the standard sound effects that got their own like revamp, like they do every time, where they get they sound more they have more depth and they're they're reorchestrated or whatever. And you had Link's classic screaming, of course.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we haven't talked about it yet, but there was a substantial amount of voice acting in this game. So Midna talks all the time. When you talk to her, every time she doesn't say the same thing every time. Like she has a couple of different variations of like when you ask her for advice or like to turn into a wolf or whatever. If you're not using the gamepad in the HD version, you have to talk to her to turn into a wolf. So I noticed at the end of the credits in this game, there was like a substantial amount of voice acting credits. So there's like a lot of different people's voices in this game, which I think is like pretty new. Most of the games didn't have a lot of voice acting before, but you have a lot of people going like, hey, and like making a variety of other noises,
Yeah.
similar to Wind Waker, but even more, I think.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
And the dude who's looking for the city in the sky does this like chanting thing.
Oh
Right.
yeah.
Yes.
That's like another section of fairly substantial quote unquote voice acting.
Yeah. He does a lot of chanting. I forgot about that. Yeah, I forget what his name is. They're all like,
Is it
here's these 4
Shaddy?
distinct characters.
Shad, yeah.
Shad, and then there's like Eshe, and then there's like the guy from
Araru.
Ordon.
Aru.
Like I said, the characters like they have names, but you're like, oh yeah, I gotta go talk to the girl at Snow Peak or whatever. Like, you know.
I kind of like them in the abstract. Like they have cool designs.
them.
Yeah.
And the concept is neat. They just don't get a chance to do much, which is kind of a shame.
I think this game suffered from the too many things in it. You know how it was another game that we talked about, I can't remember which one, where there's like a lot of items but you don't use them that much. You know, like you use them one time in one place. And I think this game kind of had that same like syndrome that a lot of Zelda games have, where like you only use the Dominion Rod like one time after you get it, and the spinner you only use like 1 or 2 times. You can use it in the City in the Sky and then in Hyrule Castle, but like there's a lot of, and I think like with all the side characters that they added, which was cool, like there's a lot of NPCs, but then you only like Telma gets kind of fleshed out. You spend a lot of time with her, but yeah, all the like the 4 people that you need to talk to, or the 3 people that you need to talk to go get the shards of the mirror, they're like interesting characters, but they don't get a lot of screen time because you only need to talk to them like once or twice to get the information that you need. So like I think just like this game had a lot of stuff, but on the other hand it had a lot of stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do think it makes the world feel really fleshed out. Like this is the most like
Yes.
lived in Hyrule we've had so far. It actually feels like a place that people exist in, like, rather than like a game level.
Yeah. I mean, I think Termina had that to a degree.
Yeah, Termina had a lot of NPCs.
Yeah, it was a lot smaller, though.
Yeah, it was a lot smaller, and they just couldn't do as much, I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they do only exist for 3 days at a time, so
Yeah.
so like you only get 3 days of their dialogue, I guess.
Yeah, but I guess to be fair, that like everyone there pretty much has a story, whereas there's so many people in Hyrule that are just, you know, no one.
There's so
like,
many. I was watching the people in Hyrule one time, and it's like there's probably 3 or 4 models, and it's the same 3 or 4 people over and over again. And it was like these exact same 3 people just walk by in a line, like So there's a lot of people, but it's still like it has definite like that. Hyrule Castletown specifically kind of breaks the fourth wall of being like you just repeated the same models for like 50% of these people for whatever reason. So it's like it's busy, but kind of like if you cut down the number of people, it would still feel busy and it just wouldn't have the same like 3 sprites. I don't know. Yeah. But you have a lot of NPC characters that are fleshed out, which is nice.
I do think the pulled back fixed camera angle hides a lot of that because I didn't really notice.
Yeah.
The repeating character models.
I'll send you the one. I took a photo of it and then I was like, I'm sending them way too. I'm spamming them too much with my like live gameplay, but I'll send it to you for your. Either you can confirm or deny if I was right. But I was just like, what are you all doing?
I mean, I definitely believe you, but
yeah,
it's just not something I noticed while playing. Cause...
Yeah, I noticed. At least one time. A lot of time, if you run on the South Road or whatever, with the road that you turn onto to get onto Selma's Bar, where like the where the like market is, it's not as noticeable. It's just like that one center square. If you go there during the day, but like at night, it's like then the line of soldiers marches around, which obviously makes sense for them to all look the same, so it doesn't. It's not noticeable. Yeah. It's funny though.
By the way, one of the funniest things to do is turn into a wolf and run around.
They're like,
Castletown.
Yep.
Everyone screams, and then the soldiers will like circle around you, but they're all like too scared to do anything.
They wouldn't even come with you on the dangerous road to accompany your cart. So
Yep.
Oh, I forgot to talk about the credits for this game. So sorry for the music. I forgot to talk about the credits for the music. So it was Koji Kondo was involved, also Toru Minagishi. But yeah, so basically, like, I think a lot of the Koji Kondo supervised a lot of this. And there were one really interesting thing is, like, Kayla, you were talking about the trailer earlier. So this game, even though there was a lot of, like, substantial orchestra music in the game, there was a special arrangement of music that was made for the trailer that's, like, a special orchestral arrangement, which I basically totally forgot existed. But yeah, there's a couple of special orchestral fully like recorded orchestral arrangements and that were used for the trailers and stuff. So there's separate credits for that in the game if you look. But yeah, it was very interesting. And we talked about this before, but basically like the GameCube was able to have like 8 samples at a time. And so again, like kind of you're able to have very rich sound from that. And so you can hear that in the samples that are used for this game, which is pretty cool. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about so we talked about the Twilight when we were talking about the Twilight, but like we didn't talk about the Tears of Light and stuff like that. So those areas also have like their own music and visual style, which is very interesting when they're in the Twilight, when the overworld's in the Twilight, and also the Twilight realm itself, which kind of has a similar look and feel. But those were okay. That was everything that I wanted to say. I don't know if there's anything you specifically wanted to say about visuals or music before we talk about more gameplay things.
2 things of visuals that are kind of, I think, in line with each other. Because we talked a little bit about the atmosphere of the visuals for the Twilight realm and all that. But did we talk about like sort of the patterns and designs of the Twilight realm?
Not yet.
Is that something you planned on?
We should. No, we can talk about it. Did I make a note about this? I don't know. I feel like I'm not doing a good job today. That's fine.
That's okay.
We should talk about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I don't have a whole lot to say other than it's very interesting and it looks cool. It's very geometric in like, I don't know. If you have more, you can say it more eloquently than that, but.
Well, there's also the continuing aesthetic of like it's interesting because it's like in the Twilight and also in the overworld of these like the glowing stuff that glows in like the Temple of Time and when you inhabit the statues and stuff. I think that's that aesthetic that's like developing toward what's in Breath of the Wild. Started in like Wind Waker and was refined in this game and then is like really prominent in like the Sheikah the shrines and stuff in Breath of the Wild. And also, like, in the enemies and stuff, like, I guess they're all made by the same people in Breath of the Wild, so it's all kind of the same. But the Twilight has a lot of that, like, glowy aesthetic. Like, things all glow, and things, like, they glow when they're active, including the creepy hand. And there's, like you said, Cosmo, there's a lot of, like, abstract geometric patterns and stuff in the Palace of Twilight and on, like, people's clothing. So, like, on Xant's outfit and on Midna's. And on the fused like Twilight fused shadows and stuff like that. And when the fused shadow is active, it glows. And even when Midna like changes form into her like weird octopus form, there's all these like dark lines and kind of glowing. And she has that like the hand hair that glows also, which we didn't talk about yet. Which I always forget and then remember and then choose to forget again. Until it becomes helpful, like when she's like grabbing Ganon by the face and then you can like fling him on the ground. Yeah. But the overworld in Legend of Zelda, like I said, it has that kind of like aesthetic. But I would say that it had like that medieval aesthetic. But there is definitely a stark contrast of sort of like use of organic, so like natural looking things versus like geometric in the Twilight. So I think that also helps continue like further like differentiate them. But then you have like a similar aesthetic when the Twilight takes over in the overworld, at least in like the usage of color and stuff like that. So they're all tied together. Like when you go into the Twilight, I think what you see is exactly what you expected. You know what I mean? Like, this has been set up by everything so far. I like when the Mirror of Twilight opens that vortex, though. Like, so you go into the Twilight. It's really cool looking. It's pretty cool. It also reminded me of our foray into Full Metal Alchemist with all the like abstract geometric lines and stuff like that. And the Triforce.
I remember them. It's been a while since I played, but I remember them doing something similar with the Gate of Time and the Skyward Sword.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Opening the gate aesthetically that way. So
that's cool. Yeah,
it's a really cool visual effect. How it starts out as like a flat plane and then sort of kind of telescopes back.
Yeah. It 3-dimensionally recedes away from you, and it has like dimension when you walk around as well. So like if you move around it, like you can see it like change from the different perspective that you're looking at it, which is pretty cool. I was like, how is this gonna work? And then you like bounce off the mirror into it. I was like, oh, I see. I understand now. But that was cool. That was fun.
The other thing is that the similarities between the Twilight like aesthetic and I think the Guardians are like, especially when Midna transformed with a few shadow, really made me think of a Guardian from Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
But also, and I don't remember, sometime while we were talking earlier today about the music that the battle music while you're in the Twilight realm, that's sort of like discordant, hectic. It kind of makes me think of the Guardian music that plays. And I haven't had a chance to compare them, but they sound kind of similar. I don't know if they were inspired.
Yeah, like the kind of frantic piano.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, because it has that like that's like in Breath of the Wild. What I was going to say, which is something that I definitely forgot, but you reminded me of, that's in my notes, was that there's also this. So there's the Twilight music when it starts, but then there's also like a drone that plays later, and it reminded me of the drone, like the droning, discordant droning from the end on the third day in Majora's Mask when the moon starts to fall. So there's also, I don't think they're exactly the same, but there's definitely sort of like a reference to that, which I think is like a really good reference, because the moon is falling, the sky is getting dark, like it's all kind of similar. It's another like transition state. So this game, it's basically all about being like in between two things, like being in between two worlds and being able to change back and forth and like being in the right place and stuff like that. So anyway, it kind of reminded me of that.
Cool.
Yes, Cosme reminded me of that.
Glad I can
There's
help.
a lot of discordant droning noises. But yeah, you're right, the fight. This is definitely like a new take on the fight music, even in the overworld. Like, it's not like the same as Wind Waker, and it's not like the same as Ocarina of Time. So I feel like there was kind of like new fight music. And I think all the orchestration is actually also leading toward like the musical style in general in Breath of the Wild, which is, I think people actually complained about it, but it's very divergent from this style of music. But in a way, because it doesn't have like the themes, like, where there's like clearly, now you're in like the Lanayru and there's like the Zora music is playing or whatever. Now you're underground and the whatever Requiem of Shadows is playing. Breath of the Wild kind of diverges from that, but the use of like orchestral music I think is a lot stronger in Breath of the Wild, in the places where there is music and not just like atmospheric sound effects, which we will talk about, I'm sure, later in like 6 months or whenever that comes out.
I just want to shout out the music that plays when Midna's been like almost killed. That's just a really good piece of music.
Overall, I think the music in this game is so good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just a song where it's like, I'm like, every time I play it, I'm
sorry.
Like the situation makes me want to hurry, but the music makes me want to stay. It's just so pretty.
Yeah.
Minna's also sort of like reversed, like her coloring is like sort of knocked out reversed, which is funny and interesting.
Yeah, she's like a photo negative.
Yeah. Exactly. And I try to talk to her and she's like, help, I need to go to the castle. And then I'm like running around being lost and she's like, help me. It's like when people were joking in Breath of the Wild where it's like, Link, come to the castle, Link. And then you're like making a little fire and like hunting and like swimming in the, diving in the ocean or whatever. That scene reminded me of that. It's like, I'm trying to hurry, except I'm lost. And then you talk to her and she's like, hurry. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, you're right, Cosmo. In general, my overall impression of this was like, this game has such a rich experience in many, many ways. And the music is just one, and the visuals are one. The gameplay also has a lot of like variation that doesn't feel like confusing or like forced, but there's so many different things that you do in this game. Like I was thinking about it when I was preparing to talk about this, where it's like, you do your shootout, you do like a first person shooter where you have like the Hawkeye and you point at people, and then you do like these crazy sword fights, and then you do one-on-one crazy sword fights, and then you do like you swim, and then you fly on the Twilight bird thing to go to the one place, and like you teleport and you move Minda moves things, and like you have to deliver things back and forth. So there's all these like different like mechanics and like different music that all could be very like disparate, but like all kind of comes together in a very like rich experience that doesn't feel confusing, which might be really difficult, I feel like, to make all that come together. There's like three different, there's like you go between the Twilight and Nod and the overworld, and then you're in dungeons, and then you're like you walk into a space and it's actually a dungeon, like you go into the house and it turns out it's a dungeon or whatever. Like it's very interesting. And like even the Twilight where you have to collect all the Tears of Light are actually like little tiny dungeons where you're using the overworld map, but you have to collect the Twilight bugs, so it has like an outcome that's like a dungeon, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening in this game. In summary. And the music and visuals are just one part of that, but the music overall is really good. It would have all the things that people, I feel like, if you loved Ocarina of Time and you play this game, I feel like you'd be like, oh, it's just like this place, and it reminds me of this thing, but then with added stuff, which is nice. My favorite added character, like Uku or Oku. It's like, I can take you out of this dungeon. It's like, I want to get out of here as fast as possible and not have to use you. Or fly with
It's funny because she's such a like lovely and polite character.
I know.
But she's so horrifying.
Right?
And I can't even really put my finger on what makes her horrifying. Is it like the weird eyes and like the weird...
I think it's
like a chicken with a human head.
Yeah. And
like
then
I even had to ask.
Are just
and the
like
weird nipples
they're
around
like,
the body.
they're not
and,
right.
Her son is just a head, and
yeah, are they even supposed to be nipples? Like they sure look like it, but like are they? I don't know. And I guess I don't want to know. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Chickens don't have nipples, so are you a human or a chicken? I don't know. So many questions.
Supposedly they're the like ancestors of Hylians. So.
Ew.
It said like we descended from the sky people during the games.
They're like the first.
I don't know.
The Hylians are like the first Ukus that like walked on two legs or whatever and didn't fly, and then they like evolved into Hylians?
Yeah.
Question mark.
Yeah, maybe they looked different a long time ago, and then like Divergent Evolution made
right. Maybe they stayed in the sky.
And
they stayed in the sky.
Hylians
was
on
it
the
the
ground.
people from Skyward Sword that didn't go and like
to the ground,
and they turned into chicken people.
Well, like the Twily are technically Hylians that were, or Twilight, or however you want to say it. They were all Hylians that were banished there. So there's also Divergent Evolution there, even though technically the Hylians did it. So it's like if you live in the Twilight, do you look like a Twilight person? I don't know.
Yeah, well, they can't live in the light anymore, so I guess they adapted to.
That's
to
true.
Living in the Twilight realm,
I mean,
so.
Well, I guess like the Ukus adapted to living in the sky. They live in the light world, but they just live in the city in the sky. They don't seem to be able to fly that far though, because they're like chickens. Like chickens don't really fly. Like you would think.
Well, they can walk on the wall.
True.
Also, you're weighing them down every time we see them fly. So
You're right.
maybe they can fly a lot better when they're not carrying around the freaking hero of Twilight.
They seem to be good at getting stuck in pots. Also, crawling into pots and getting stuck or whatever.
I would manage to forget about her like every time I started a dungeon, and then I'd like go into the room and hear that little like when she's like poking her head out of the pot, and I'm like, oh right, you.
They also have really cute music and like cute like voice acting noises too. Or it's like everything about you is cute except the fact that you have a human head on a chicken body.
I do like the like distraught squawks they make when you pick them up in the city of the sky.
They do, and they make a different distraught squawk.
They're like,
than, yeah, and it's different than like a cuckoo. So like they have different. They're different.
Like they're definitely like cursing out me and my entire family in their language while I'm holding them above my
You're
head.
like, I just need to fly over here. Like I need to go get my like double claw shot, and I haven't yet. Okay,
Yeah.
like.
And then the ones on the walls you have to like grab with your claw shot. It's like this is so rude. I'm just Trash in this place.
Every time when I watch him play Breath of the Wild, and he like sets something on fire. He like blows stuff up with bombs all the time with the remote bombs, and he's like, "Hero, out of the way! I'm a hero." It's like that's what the attitude that you use when you grab the ukus in the city in the sky. Like, excuse me, pardon me, hero coming through.
Yeah,
I need a lift
it's like,
here,
do you want me to kill the dragon?
Yeah, really. I mean, they seem cool with it.
This is how I kill the dragon. Yeah,
the dragon doesn't seem to be bothering them, so they're just chilling. And also, you got with Uku specifically, you helped her get back because, you got the sky cannon or whatever, and she just like hitched on for a ride. Mm-hmm. The nice thing is that after that, then you never have them again in a dungeon, so they never pop up randomly.
I do love they're like frantic running up to catch up as you're about to
shoot into
launch
into
the sky.
Yeah, it's funny. Anyway, gameplay? Question mark.
Well, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, we've talked about a lot of it already. This game was released for GameCube, Wii, and Wii U. And in the Wii version, there's motion controls to control your sword and swing around with that. Mm-hmm. Cool, interesting. It's been a while since I've done that.
I did it for a few minutes. And then I was like, I can't play this version of this game with the screen flipped if I'm going to play the rest of it on the Wii U. So I played it for a couple minutes, and I was like, oh yeah, you could do this. Hee, this was fun. And then I switched it back. And I haven't played it since.
You transform to a wolf and to a human. And, different elements of that.
You can ride a horse, apparently. That's a big deal.
Yeah, they added horse combat, which was kind of interesting. I found it difficult. But I found out that the reason why is I played on the HD version, and when they ported the game from the GameCube version to the HD version, for some reason on the horse, they now only allow cardinal directional inputs. Oh. And so in the GameCube version, you had a lot more control of the movement, whereas for some reason they didn't do that with the HD version. Not sure why. I don't understand it. But that would explain some things about it being
probably.
Yeah. But it's kind of cool. You can swing your sword while you're riding Epona.
Yeah, you can flail. When I do it, it looks like flailing.
Yeah,
at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you mostly just need it to beat off those birds, because everything else you can just run over.
That's true. You can also just hit stuff with your horse, which is pretty great.
Yeah. There's a couple of horse combat sequences.
Yeah.
There's the bridge fight.
Yes.
With
the jousting.
Yeah. And then there's the other, the carriage transport, and the Ganon fight at the end. Yeah.
The Ganon fight was a little bit hard for me, but like, you only have to hit him a couple of times, so it's not that bad.
He kept launching those phantom horse knights.
Oh yeah,
and they landed right in front of me, so I had no chance to really react to it. Yeah.
The only thing I really had trouble with was the carriage section. That's just because I couldn't get the freaking bird hit with the boomerang in time.
Same.
Mm-hmm.
The very last section, it took me so long. The one where you have to hit, you have to hit the bird right as they're going into the gate, or right before they go into the gate, and that one took me forever. That one was really hard.
Yeah, so it wasn't really horse combat that caused the problem. It was
bad aiming with the arrow.
Yeah, the stupid boomerang with the
boomerang
horse or whatever.
Oh yeah, because you have to put out the fire with the boomerang also, which is a fucking pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Everything about it is a pain in the ass. Yeah, the Ganon fight, I did get knocked off a couple times by his phantoms, but you can, once he does the thing, you can speed up, and it kind of moves past them. This is my only pro tip that I have to offer based on my own playing experience.
Yeah.
And you have to be
it's
behind him.
It's also just such a cool moment conceptually.
Yeah.
That I forgive a lot. It's you're riding there with Zelda.
Zelda's on the back.
Or shooting the arrow.
Yeah.
Shooting him.
Stuff. It's as soon as they showed the screen with Link on the horse and Zelda behind with the bow, I'm like, oh hell yeah,
let's fucking go.
The whole Ganon fight was excellent.
The Ganon fight is really good.
Yeah,
and it wasn't. I thought, like I said, I died many times in Ocarina of Time doing the same fight, the hitting the balls of light back at Zelda. It's very similar to the in some ways it's similar to like other Ganon fights in other games, but this one was like, it was easy for me to do without dying completely.
Yeah. And Ganon really loves his freaking tennis matches.
I know.
Like, we've been doing that since, what, Link to the Past?
Yeah, I forget which one. But yeah, one of the like 2D ones had like a bounce back. There's been multiple games, but definitely Ocarina of Time has the same like light ball thing, and then you have to do it in Wind Waker.
Yeah.
Majora's Mask, I don't think has it because you just fight the mask.
Yeah.
There's no Ganons.
I got the Fierce Deity mask and just beat the shit out of the mask, so I don't remember the whole
Yeah.
actual fight.
Smart. The fight has 3 sequences, but none of them are hitting balls of light back at the mask, from what I remember. One is just the mask with like legs or whatever, and the one is the mask with hair, and I don't remember what the other one is. You know, there's nothing T-rated there in that game. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if this is the point in video gaming.
T for trippy as fuck.
Yeah, basically. I don't know if this game is at a point in video game stuff where like it's like adaptive at all. Like, I don't know if it was just easy for me or if it's just easier in general. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know if it like, because I think in more recent games, I don't know if it's like every game, but they usually have some kind of level of adjustment if you're not doing very well. So yeah, I don't know if it was just something.
Yeah, there were some pretty early instances of adaptive difficulty. I don't know if it was a thing in this game, but
I don't know.
I think I remember like the early Spyro games had it and stuff. So it's like there were some pretty early examples.
I don't think it would be, like out of the realm of possibility.
Not
an Ocarina of Time, probably, but
no.
But maybe in this game, I'm not sure. I think it was just a bit easier. I think like now at this point in this playthrough, I
think it's also just better controlled.
Yes, like that's what I mean. We've gotten to like the point of game quality in general of like not having weird stuff and like not having to hit at a certain like pixel. You know what I mean? Like all the things that were sort of like hard about like
it's like at least 50% of the difficulty of Ocarina of Time was
Nintendo 64,
Nintendo 64
jank,
than actual difficulty.
Yeah, only locked angles and like locked, like.
Camera just deciding to swing around and to look at a butterfly while you're trying to fight.
I've already taken Z targeting for granted, but so much better than in Ocarina of Time. Probably about the same as Wind Waker though, and you have all the same like special moves as Wind Waker, like the like you have a roll around, not like a parry, but you have the like roll around the back move and stuff like that, which I'm sure you will talk about in a second. But,
I think
that was actually the next thing I was going to talk about.
Oh, okay. Well, seamless segue.
But so there are 7. Is it 7? I think it's 7 scroll.
I think there's
moves.
7 tactics.
Yeah.
But some of them are like slice, and you're like, okay, I knew how to do that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't remember what all of them are.
I have a list. It's the ending blow,
good.
which you need.
Yeah.
That one, you just jump on an enemy and end it.
When they're laying on the ground prone, you can jump on them and stab them, and it'll get rid of them. You need it for Ganon.
Yes. And then there's
and it's the only one you're required to learn.
Yes,
oh yeah.
Progress the games.
Interesting.
Shield bash or shield attack, you bash him with your shield, stuns an enemy, and then
you're saying that was done with the nunchuck in the Wii version? I didn't get that far.
I'm pretty sure you thrust forward with the nunchuck. The nunchuck had some rudimentary motion.
Yeah,
they both have motion detector.
This is the Wiimote, so
they both have it.
Like I remember doing that. You would just kind of thrust forward, and it would do the shield bash.
That's cool.
What I remember is the spin attack. You would, I think, if you shook both of them at the same time, you do an instant spin attack, something like that. Yeah.
Oh, you don't have to charge.
You don't have to. Yeah, and I mean, in either way, I think if you did, you moved your control stick. I think it's more than 360 in this one because I had a hard time doing it. If I ever did like,
more than 360.
Yeah, like a circle and a half.
360 plus 180.
Yeah. I got it more consistent. So I think because like in Ocarina
you spin
of Time,
the stick around, and then
if you
does a spin attack. I just
you,
remembered that also recovered memory of you talking about it. You spin the
most of the games,
stick.
it's like you can either charge it or you spin the stick and hit the button and it'll do it. But I could never pull that off consistently, so I'd always just charge it.
Yeah.
So one that goes with the shield attack is the Helm Splitter. You bash them while they're stunned. You jump over and hit them on the head. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Backslice is what you were talking about, where it's what the parry was in Wind Waker.
Okay, that's what it was called.
Yeah, you would roll.
You
behind
roll
them
around,
and then do like
in
an
Wind Waker.
upper...
Yeah, it's like in the Wind Waker, it's like you just press the parry button and you would either do like basically the backslice or the Helm Splitter.
Oh, right.
It would also,
but in this one, you can choose what to do.
If you were holding. If you hit the parry and you were holding the stick back, it would do a backflip too. Because I used to do that a lot.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, like I mean, I think it just does a backflip, but like you're hitting it at the same time as the parry. So I don't know if it's like coded in to do it that way, but yeah. But yeah, you get the roll around, backslice, or Helm Splitter, and then in this game they're separated. And also all you had to do in Wind Waker was hit the button, and you would roll around and hit them perfectly in the back. In this game, you have to jump, and so like you can roll all the way around them, which I did multiple times.
Yeah.
Like there's no control over like there's no automatic. You control where you land. There's no like automatic like slicing up the back, so it's a little bit more challenging. Yeah. But you do roll, which is useful for a lot of things.
Yeah, that one was a little janky sometimes. Like sometimes I try to do that, and instead of rolling like around them, I just kind of kept going to the side.
Yeah.
And like he just kind of keep rolling and like not really try and get behind them, but it was still cool.
Yeah. It made the Ganon fight hard, but but otherwise it was usually okay. It was unreliable. The nice thing about the parry is you could hit it and it would definitely do something every time. Yeah. But this one is sort of like there's a lot more unpredictability.
It did make you feel like
it was fun,
like more of a awesome gamer when you pull off these like techniques in this game. Like you felt like you were in control of it and doing something cool, which made a lot of the like direct sword fights really cool. Like with the are they Dark Nuts or Iron Knuckles in this game?
I think they're Dark Nuts in this game.
The big armor dudes,
yeah,
big armor dudes and Ganon and stuff like that.
I think,
and even like the Dinalphos.
The
dinosaur dudes.
The lizards.
Stuff, like...
Yes. The big lizards. Like the flying lizards.
Yeah, it's like you can shield bash them and then hit them and then hop around and do a backslice. And it's like, you're like, oh, look how cool I am.
Yeah. Remember how there were people who were like, I liked Zelda 2 because of the sword fighting? I think like this was the game for those people also. Like you have so much flexibility in how you fight, like how you do sword fighting. It's like it's harder, but it does you feel more accomplished when you beat something.
This is like what the sword fighting in Zelda 2 wanted to be. It just didn't have the
you can't parry and it's only 2D. But it's like it's more flexible, and I think it's like because it's more variable than Wind Waker. Like I think people were like, oh, the sword fighting in Wind Waker is too easy or whatever. So it's like kind of the best of both worlds, where it's like you have all the same moves, but there's a little bit more variability in like how, like if you can execute it or not. So you have to you can still like just slash and like get all the fights done, but there's still some variability in like how you accomplish it. And so I think that makes you feel more accomplished at the end, which is cool. I don't think you finished going through all of them. There's like the Helm Splitter.
Yeah, so the Helm Splitter, you just sort of jump over their head and whack them. And you typically end up behind them, but I don't remember if they recover in time for you to... No, I think usually you're behind them, so you get a wail on them after that, too. I think usually...
Yeah, usually you can, unless it's Ganon, and then he just turns around and hits you with his long sword, which is sad.
Yeah, like there are a couple of like quick recovery enemies, but most of them you'd get a few free blows in.
Yeah.
There's the Mortal Draw, where your sword is sheathed, and you whack it out and deal massive damage to most enemies.
That was fun. I tried doing that a couple times, and it was fun. Yeah.
I never used that, but it's really cool when you do use it.
I did it successfully a couple times. I did it unsuccessfully many times. I'll say.
There's the Jump Strike, which is a charged jump attack where you sort of sweep and then do a full jump attack that doesn't...
I forgot about that.
AoE. Yeah, I found it really hard because whenever there's that many enemies, they don't stay grouped up long enough, or they hit you before you can actually use it. So I never once succeeded in using it effectively, but it was a cool concept.
A couple times I was able to get a spin attack, like a regular like hold B spin attack on a group of enemies, but yeah, I totally forgot that there's a hold A. With that one is you hold A and then you jump charge at them, and I totally forgot that existed. I forgot. Yeah.
And then the last one is the Great Spin Attack. When you are at full health, your spin attacks do more damage and have a wider range.
Yeah, it's like having the like sword that flings light in the 2D Zelda games.
Yeah.
Which were fun.
Next, I'm going to talk about some of the gameplay as a wolf.
Woof.
I just want to say one of my favorite things to do in this game is like beat like a totally regular enemy with the like final blow and then hit the button to do the fancy. Yeah.
You're like, I
think you can do it anytime you
Bokoblin or whatever.
I think you could do it anytime you defeat like a slightly harder enemy, but it was just like more easy to consistently pull off by doing it right after you hop out of the finishing blow. So.
I definitely felt really cool finishing Ocarina of Time, but I felt more cool finishing Twilight Princess.
So Wolf Link, I think talking about this again. Initially,
the Serenade of Huh? Initially, you
don't really control it. When you enter the Twilight, that's what changes you into a wolf. And when you recover the light of the realm, the spirit there is able to revert you back. And then when you get the Master Sword, that is when you have the ability to change back and forth at will. Midna's ability to warp you requires you to be as a wolf, so you can warp only in the Twilight Realm, or while you're in the Twilight Realm, or as a wolf initially, and then once you get the Master Sword, you can warp freely with,
but then she's like, she's like, don't warp here, everyone will see you, or whatever.
For some reason, like, people that I feel like you wouldn't care about, but like, it's the Gore. Who cares if the Gorons know? Who cares if the Zoras know, right? Like, I don't know, there's some people that I feel
do like how all the like the normal human people like freak out when you're around, but then if you like walk up to a Goron, they're just like, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would think it wouldn't matter. If you like the people from Ordon, like all the kids saw you turn into a wolf, that would be weird. But like yeah, who gives a shit if like a random NPC sees you? It's like someone will see you. And it's like, okay, whatever, like fine. I'll go walk around this corner until nobody's within my sight line, I guess.
Oh, it's so weird when you have to warp the cannon. Because, like, the guy...
Oh, yeah, you have to talk to him. Leave the room!
Yeah, and you have to talk to him enough. He's like, oh, I have to leave, don't I? All right, fine.
Yeah, hint, Chad, or whatever your name is. Get the fuck out of this room.
I feel kind of
my
bad for
research.
him.
I do too. He's like, hey, I found all these, like, weird
all
statues.
His life's work, and you're like, yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Get out.
And then you go and, like, move them all around. He's probably like, why did this happen? Like, when he sees them again.
Yes, as a wolf. You're a wolf, so you move faster. You have a dash, so while you run, instead of a
as
roll...
a wolf, you're a wolf.
Yes.
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 You have a charged attack also, so... Like the
like
swing, like the... Yeah.
Yeah. And after a certain point, Midna helps you by setting down a, negative energy field that locks enemies that you are in the field, and you start jump attacking towards all of them, usually killing them, with the exception of very, very strong enemies. Sometimes you miss them. Sometimes you've taken them out, so like you jump at nothing. Because like going to one enemy, you hit the second enemy already, and like, but yeah, it's nifty. You got a jump attack as well. Z targeting an A. You can jump to side and all that. And then some of your special abilities as a wolf is you can dig.
Wow.
That's not so great unless you know where to dig. So you have senses that change the view to be a much darker, like your field of view or the range of vision is reduced greatly, but you see all these spots that are shining. Those you can dig, typically for rubies or hearts. Occasionally they'll take you to a new location. Along with that, you get a scent throughout the game, scents like such as the kids from your town or Ilya, and you then see a path that leads you to your destination based off of that scent. And then with Midna's help, she can help you jump to high places and reach great heights. uncover long
indeed.
distances with it that way.
Yeah, I've never figured out how she just like grab you. It's like unclear. It's like you jump from one place and then you're in another.
I think
when
it's
Midna
supposed to
helps
be
you.
that she's like helping you find like
The path that
footing.
you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the best changes to the HD version is having just a little button that you hit on the pad to change between Wolf and Hylia instead of having to talk to Midna every time.
Although I was very confused because you can't do it while the game is paused, and so like pause to look at my item screen, and then try to hit the thing, and it would like give you the boop that you can't interact with that, and I was like, WTF? Then I finally figured out that it's because the screen was paused, but if it's not paused, you can do it anytime.
Yeah.
But yes, a true innovation for sure.
Yeah, when that first popped up on the screen, I'm like, is this what I think it is? And I hit it and immediately transformed. I was like, yes.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious. It's like little Link face to little Wolf face with a little arrow in between. The Wii, I mean, I guess we can talk about the Wii U screen has like your items and stuff on it, so you can like drag them to the buttons and pair them and stuff, which is nice. You can pair the bombs and the Hawkeye to the arrows and whatnot. Yeah.
So this game has a lot of new items.
Right.
Some very cool ones. So some old returning ones. Something that we haven't seen in 3D is the lantern.
Oh yeah, I forgot that you get a lantern in the old games.
Yeah, it's a pretty common item for the 2D ones, but
Right.
Another
Lightning's on fire.
interesting thing is this game, unlike all the other 3D games, you do not get any magic. No magic meter, no magic abilities beyond, some superhuman feats and stuff like that. Your items are magic, but no.
Which was cut pretty late in development.
Oh, really?
Oh, is that what it was? Did they have plans for it and they cut it?
Yeah, you can see some of the early screenshots. You can see a magic bar. I think one even made it onto the back of the box, so it was really late in development.
Oh, wow.
And that's why there's green choo-choos that exist, and you can scoop up their jelly. It just doesn't do anything.
Oh,
It's
wondering about
it's
that.
going to be magic recovery.
Wow.
Also, I totally forgot about that choose until you just mentioned it just now, and I forgot how much I disliked them being like wormy blobs.
Yeah.
When they're like big dumb blobs with little feet and giant heads, it's like much funnier. When they're like worm goo on the ground,
Maybe
there's
it's
something
to make
about
you
it
feel
that's
less
like, more
bad for
disturbing.
just harvesting their innards directly for.
No.
The ones in like Breath of the Wild have little eyes, and I don't feel bad. They're enemies. It's fine.
Well, I think there's like a degree of separation because first you have to collect the item and then you have to do something to turn it into potion rather than just you scoop it off the ground and drink it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It would just be kind of like drinking their blood. Maybe that's
Yeah.
what the teen rating is for.
Yeah.
And I was really excited because I found like a sparkly chew, but I didn't know what it was. There's like special chews. I can't remember what they're called. Yeah, and there's one in like the cave, and I was super excited, but then I didn't know what it was, so I had to look it up. And then when I unpaused from the menu, it had been too long, and I couldn't scoop up the goo. I know, I was so mad. I was like, oh, I had one chance. This is my one opportunity with a sparkly chew, and I'll never get the goo. I was disappointed.
Lost the two goo.
I lost the goo. It's okay, you get fairy tears from Giovanni, which do the same thing as the special shoe, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I was excited about that. Anyway.
You've got the
What
slingshot.
we're talking about.
Oh,
yes.
just items, yeah.
Magic.
Slingshot, which
Magic.
did you guys use very much? Because once you get the arrows,
No.
it's like,
Not really, yeah.
yeah.
No. It's kind of like the slingshot that you had as like Kid Link. Like you get it at the beginning and then you need it for a projectile, but then after you get the arrows, it doesn't really matter.
Well, but at least then, whenever you turn to a kid, you go back to the
Yeah,
slingshot.
you still use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to.
So whereas here,
That's
it's
true.
like, I don't know.
If you like open the treasure room at the end of the game, like some of them have like, rupees and then some have like items. You get like arrows and bombs and stuff. And one of them has like seeds. And I'm like, why the fuck are you giving me this now? I'm not going to use
I,
my
like,
slingshot
don't-
against Ganondorf.
Ganon. I think like they don't even really do anything to a lot of the enemies after like that part of the thing. So it's kind of like, why would you even?
Yeah, it was
I don't
mostly
know.
used for hitting the spiders on the vines.
Oh, yeah.
Before you get arrows. So
The Skulltula 2.0. Yeah. I forgot. Oh yeah, the spiders on the vine. You need the little spiders.
the wall
not the Skulltula 2.0.
skulltulas or whatever. Skull
Yeah, whatever.
waltulas,
The small
whatever
ones.
they are.
You've got iron boots as the next item, in no particular order. but next that I'm talking about, which work pretty much the same way as the Wind Waker. They're like you equip them on your C button or whatever button you're using, and you toggle them on and off. But these are made out of iron, I guess, like the previous ones. But there's sections in this game where you're
They're
on
magnetic.
like magnetic, you're on magnetic fields, and so your iron.
That was cool.
Yeah, it's a very neat addition.
I like how you spin around in the magnetic thing. We didn't talk about the magnetic field.
Oh yeah,
visual design, but I like how you put them on and it's like whoop, 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 and you like vortex up to the top, which is pretty cool.
Next item that you get, that's the fishing rod, which you've seen in Ocarina and Majora's Mask. Usually just in fishing zones where you can fish, but now it's just a thing you can do pretty much anywhere.
I read that you can throw it out at Ganon during the final fight, and he'll be like WTF, and then you can hit him, but I didn't have success doing that.
Oh, really?
I just read that.
That's hilarious.
Yes. I read that in the Zelda dungeon, what's it called? Like walkthrough.
Yeah, you like stop and stare at the at the fishing rod, and you can get a free hit on him.
So were you able to do it? Because I wasn't able to.
I didn't try, but I've seen people do it.
Okay.
That's hilarious.
Anyway, something to try next time you fight again, I guess. But I wasn't able to get it to like distract him long enough to be of value. I don't think he even moved his head, but I was like, what do I do? Anyway, apparently you can do that. So it has one use other than fishing.
You've got arrows, which every game you got to have arrows. But they do a neat little thing where you can combine items. So you can combine bombs with your arrows to shoot bomb arrows, which is a very neat addition. There's also an item called the Hawkeye, which is, I guess, pretty similar to the telescope in Wind Waker.
But you could attach it like a scope.
Yeah, to your bow and
your sniper rifle bow.
Yeah.
It was the only way that I was able to do probably like at least half of the levels where there's like archers shooting at you. So
I was pretty good at the aiming in this game. I got one of the birds like in the Palace of Twilight that was flying around like from far away. I was like, ooh.
Yeah, well, if you have the Hawkeye, it's a lot easier because you can watch.
I forgot to buy it, and so like the couple of times I could have used it, I was just like, I'll just try it without. So I got pretty good at aiming.
I think I died in the one part. I got really annoyed. I can't remember if I died, but I was really struggling in the outside of the Arbiter's grounds where you have to shoot them before.
Oh yeah.
Or the other like Bulbins come, and so then I left and got it and went back. So, but I was still. I mean, it's still pretty good. And also, like we were using the. Did you use the Wii remote because it has the motion thing to control the aim?
Oh yeah.
Oh no, sorry, not the Wii remote. The Wii U gamepad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the gyroscope.
Yeah,
aiming.
Yeah, so you can point it. Which, if there was something that I knew that was coming up that had like a substantial element of aiming, like when you have to use the double claw shots a lot or whatever, then I just used the gamepad for that, and it was a lot easier.
Also, the
gamepad battery doesn't last long enough for long playing time.
I believe the bomb arrows originated as a glitch in one of the 2D games.
There was a game,
I
think it was Link to the Past, where you could equip the arrows and the bombs, and if you press both buttons at the same time, you would get bomb arrows.
Yeah.
And I remember using it, but I can't remember which one it was. It was one of the games.
It's either that or Link's Awakening, probably. Link to the Past, Link's Awakening.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the older
ones.
But
it's not frequent.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was like an unintentional kind of exploit in that game, and they made it official in this game.
Yeah. And then later in like Breath of the Wild, you can have like bomb arrows that are just like you don't have to attach bombs to them; they just blow up. Yeah.
The bombs in this game are pretty massive. So the idea of him just like tying it to the end of an arrow and shooting it is really funny.
Right? Yeah.
True. And then there's the ones that like work underwater that have like a little shark face.
Yeah,
it's funny. There's another type of bomb, but I can't remember what it's supposed to do.
It's like little scuttly dudes.
Yeah, it moves forward.
Oh, it's like a bomb chew.
Yeah, yeah.
I see.
Except I don't think it climbs; it just goes forward until it hits something. Yeah.
I see.
Yep. So those are the bombs.
Yeah.
Oh, what were you saying, Kayla?
I was saying they're basically those little bug guys from the first dungeon.
Oh, that too.
Just you can carry them in your pocket.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, you get 3 bomb bags, up to 3 bomb bags in the game, and you can carry different types of bombs. A regular bomb, which is regular. You could get
a water bomb, which works if you have your iron boots and you're at the surface. No, the bottom
You're
of the
underwater.
Yeah. So you can't do it while swimming, but if you are standing with your iron boots underwater, they will go up. And then bombings, which are those little scuttle things, you drop them and they just move forward until they hit something or blow up on their own.
I didn't realize you could get multiple bomb bags. That makes way more sense because I was like, I don't want to come back here all the time, be changing my bombs. Like, I got the water ones when I went to the water temple in like Hylia, but like then I changed them back and didn't change them ever again.
Mm-hmm. I think the Goron that's stuck in the volcanic rock gives you one.
Yes, that's where it is. Yeah.
And I can't remember where the other one is.
This game was like one of the first games I played where I didn't increase my wallet or quiver or bomb bag size, and it was fine.
Increase my quiver?
I did one. I think you have to play that star game.
Oh, yeah, I did do that one.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was just
I always like to have the bigger
able
quiver
to
because sometimes I get mad and just like repeatedly shoot arrows when I'm missing. So
I just have really bad aim, so I need the bigger quiver.
But I don't think
this time you didn't need it.
I don't think I would have needed it.
The thing is that this game had a lot of this game had a lot of like even in the fight room with Ganon, there's like a bunch of pots on the wall. Mm-hmm. Like it was easy to refill your items, so it wasn't a problem for me at least.
Yeah, I don't think I ever really ran out of other than bombs at like early water temple. I think where you use them all the time
because you can only have 10. You can carry less of the water bombs too. Like you can't carry 30. So
I think the last really returning item is the boomerang, but it has some nice upgrades. It's now a gale boomerang, so it has a little tornado effect, which brings items to you, lifts things up in the air, and similar puts out fires. Yeah, similar to Wind Waker, how you could target up to I think it was 5 things in that too. You can target 5 things, but instead of it being automatic when you hit a valid target, you can select the targets you want to target. Which is a neat addition and actually very, very helpful for something I'm going to talk about later.
Well, there's multiple times where you need to target things in a very specific order, so it's helpful. Yeah,
and so that's all the returning items. A lot of them have some nice upgrades and things that you didn't have before. Well, I guess there's also the horse call, which calls Epona, which is similar to some songs that you've had in the past.
Like Epona's song.
Yeah. But now it's just an item that does only too. That. Yeah,
I forgot to mention that, but yeah, it's the same song.
Yeah.
You get that way too late in the game.
Right?
Well, you can just run for like 5 minutes and find grass to call Epona. Why would you need to call?
Or just turn into a wolf.
In the fucking middle of the game. I just turned into a wolf. I just ran everywhere. Or you warp. Like you warp, and then if you can't, then you turn into a wolf.
Yeah, I rode Epona when I was like crossing the fields because they're nice and spacious and fun to run around in.
They are,
But anywhere else,
it's definitely fun.
Yeah,
it's fun. It is just inconvenient to call her.
Controls.
Yeah. I like that you can just crush enemies with your horse feet or whatever. I was like, I don't want to fight. I'm bad at horseback fighting. And then I ran into one accidentally once, and I was like, oh, hey, look at that. I didn't have to fight. It's like they knew.
I like how she's more of like a draft horse in this game. Like she's bigger and bulkier, and like the first thing you see her do is like carry a bunch of firewood back to the village. So it makes sense that she's that kind of horse.
I think I also read in Hyrule Historia or like some article about the development of this game that somebody, one of the producers or whatever, like went horseback riding and realized the scale of like a horse and stuff and how big they are. So Epona in this game's scale is so much bigger than like if you look at like Majora's Mask or whatever. Like, I think her design is just more realistic.
Majora's Mask.
So it's like a little pony. Relatively speaking, which is cute, but in this game she's like a fucking horse, you know? like a horse. And Ganon also has like a giant horse. Later in his fight too. But anyway. Yeah, I think those were all the items that were in there in some form before. But there's a bunch of new ones, like the spinner. Oh yeah.
But yeah, the
catch fairies. They don't stare at you like in Wind Waker, though.
You don't get to shove any princesses in these bottles.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool new items. There's the ball and chain, which is I didn't realize it's enemies that you fought before. I don't remember if they had a special name, but in 2D games there was always often one of those. Mm-hmm. And I think what the mini boss you fought
called ball and chain soldiers.
It's called a ball and chain. Yeah.
And the enemy I think you fight for that mini boss is, I guess, a 3D version of that, which is really cool. A neat little callback and all that. It's a fun item. It's very big and heavy, and it's definitely got weight to it with how you use it. It's great. Mm-hmm. Then you've got the claw shot, which is similar to the grapple hook, but towards the end of the game you get a double claw shot where you can use it while you're already holding on to something else.
It's kind of interesting because it's like a grappling hook and a hook shot, because you target things like a hook shot, but then you can raise and lower it like the grappling hook, but then you can't really swing. So it's kind of like an interesting mix of both of them.
Yeah. Then when you get two, you turn into Spider-Man.
Yeah. You're like, we go climb, swing on this thing, swing to that thing. It is like Spider-Man.
And then you got the spinner, which is a giant Beyblade that you ride, and if you...
It is a giant Beyblade.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's a little slow, except for the little notches on the walls where
it's in the track.
Yeah, if you go on a track, you go really fast, and it's nice and cool.
But you can still spin around the room and fling it and hit stuff, spin it and hit stuff, which is kind of fun.
Yeah, you can still
I wish we got to use that more.
But...
Right? Yeah. I think that and the double claw shot
a little bit
are
uncontrollable.
Really fun, but yeah.
I already said it 3 times, but I really enjoyed the boss where you use the spinner and you spin up the wall and bounce out and hit the boss.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, that whole...
Everything about that was fun.
Yeah, both halves of that boss are really cool.
Yeah, you hit the skeleton, you hit the spine.
Yeah.
And there's all the zombies, and you can just bounce off of them, which is fun.
Yeah, it turned into a little pinball game for a bit.
I was scared, and then I was like, this is the best. It was really fun. But you also, it's like a gear. You put it into stuff and then spin stuff, which is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's it has a lot of uses. You'd think they would have found more ways to use it.
Yeah.
Well, then you have to go get the Dominion Rod, which is whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. The Dominion Rod is similar to the Command Melody of Wind Waker, except you move the same way. Yeah, it's a wand.
And you worse.
Move... worse. You move the same way that... So it copies your movements, so you're both moving at the same time.
Which got really obnoxious sometimes if you were the wrong distance away from the
you have to really pre-plan where you're gonna possess the statue from. But the cool thing is that you can just crush enemies with it, which is great. You can crush through gates, and then you can just crush. I can't remember what annoying fucking enemy it was in
was it the Beamos?
Yeah. You could just crush them with the statue, which is pretty great. Best
I like
innovation.
smashing all the spider babies.
That too. Ugh, spider babies. The spider babies were would alternate between running away from you and then attacking you, which was also really fucking annoying because you couldn't just
I think they ran away if you were facing them, but they would come up from behind and attack you.
Okay,
that's what seemed to be happening.
I would be hunting them down, trying to swing attack a bunch of them at once, and then it's really difficult. I did a spin on the spinner and spin attack them sometimes.
Yeah, that was good. What I did was when I was kind of close, I would Z target and then just use my claw shot, and it would be really fast to get them. And since if I'm holding the Z button, it automatically targets the next one. So that one was pretty easy to just go and...
Yeah, I would just pick off a bunch with the bow and arrow from a higher platform.
Yeah.
But then when there was
so annoying.
A few left, it was a bit more annoying. Yeah. Oh, and then you can't put a princess in a bottle, but you can hold on to Oko.
In your pockets.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can take...
She could be a princess, we don't know.
Yeah.
That's true, we don't know. There's a lot of lost princesses out of their worlds in this
she could be
game.
a princess of the sky people. And...
Yeah.
Could be.
And she just is the Pharaoh's Wind,
Describe
right?
chicken people.
Yeah. She teleports you out of the
Wind.
dungeon, and you can come back and return to that area again.
The creepier version of Faroy's Wind.
Yeah.
And also Faroy's Wind, you can use... Can't you use it... No, I guess... Do you have to use it from outside the temple? Like, can you walk in and then use Faroy's Wind, or does it reset at the beginning? I forget.
You can't use it outside the temple. You have to walk into the temple.
Okay, so if you walk into the temple when you have Uku, then she just meets you at the front. And I was like, well, what was the fucking point of using you? Anyway, whatever, I was really mad.
Oh, no, that's the same way Pharaoh's Wind works. It just takes you back to that same room, so that way you don't have to go all the way through the dungeon.
Yeah, but like, so what happens when you use Uku or Oko or whatever is you teleport outside of the dungeon, like out of the entrance. If you turn around and walk back into the entrance, then she's waiting for you in the entrance to the dungeon and not in the room where you left her. So it's only for warping in and out. But I forget if Faroy's Wind...
Doesn't Oko Jr. stay there and you teleport to Oko Jr.? Is that not how that... I didn't use it.
No, Oko Jr. stays in your pocket.
Yeah, I think you're supposed to use him from outside the dungeon.
Oh,
yeah,
weird.
I think you have to be outside.
To the room. Yeah.
Weird.
Faroy's Wind, I think you can use from a different place inside the dungeon, but I could be remembering incorrectly.
Yeah, you could use it wherever from the dungeon, and it would take you back to that room that you used it in the first place.
That you used it in. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. But it is similar to Faroy's Wind in that it lets you set like a quick warp location inside a dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, theoretically for leaving and coming back.
Yeah.
But if you leave and then save and then like start the game again and then go back, then you would be in your quick save place, wherever Uku was. Do you think that Uku is a character or an item? Questions.
Both.
Or both.
Both?
Yeah, both.
Sure.
I never used her as an item. She was more of a character in my game. Just one that
Yeah,
hung out in
same.
my pocket a lot.
Like I said, I used her once and then walked back into the dungeon and she was like, hey, what's up? And I was like, I wanted to go back to that place. I was like, never mind.
So other notable upgrades are the Zora's armor, which lets you swim. Unlike Ocarina of Time, where it's just a recolored texture, same model, just recolored, this one actually has a very nice aesthetic upgrade. He's got like a little mask and chainmail.
Little different shoes. Yeah.
Yeah, I love the
And,
design
like,
of the Zora armor.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool.
And yeah, I like how the little like thing comes up over your face when you're underwater, so it's like some kind of like actual way it functions. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing though, and I didn't bother to check, but I don't know if it's true. You move so slow swimming underwater with the Zora armor.
Well, you can... if you hold A and swim... It's definitely not as fast as like in other previous games, but you can hold A and swim. But if you just like tap A to swim, it's like you're swimming on the surface but underwater. So you have to... It's like a little bit confusing. It's another like another Zelda game with like weird swimming controls.
So
yeah,
do you move faster if you tap A?
You hold A. If you tap A, it's like swimming like you're on the surface. So like his one arm like swim, that's really slow. If you hold A and then point the stick in different directions, that's how you swim fast. It took me a long time to figure that out.
I did that, but I feel like if you tried from the surface, and you know how like you could press A to dash,
if you're
on the surface with your normal clothes, I feel like that is faster if just going like
maybe
horizontal distance. I feel like that's faster.
No, it
than
felt
wearing
slower
the
on the
Zora
surface
armor.
to me.
Really,
it felt slower on the surface, but like the only time you really have to swim underwater, like, is when you're in the dungeon, like in the temple.
Yeah,
and it's kind of like a small space, and like you have to go. At least the room that I'm thinking of is the one where it's like the maze, and you can't walk across the surface. Like you have to go through the bottom and stuff to get there. But a lot of other places are kind of like the room, if you were on the surface or not, is sort of irrelevant. But there were a couple places where you like had to swim. On the surface, you still have Link's like silly swim where he like puts one arm out and like drags back, or it's like what stroke are you trying to do? Like Link doesn't know how to swim without the Zora armor, so I don't know. Suddenly imbued with the power of swimming with the Zora armor on. getting the Zora armor was funny, where you go and like you have to go to the grave or whatever. It's like, do I want this? I don't know. Is it okay? But yeah, so you get Zora armor, and it's substantially different instead of just being just a different color, like in Ocarina of Time, which is cool.
Yeah. And then there's also the magic armor, where you equip it and you start draining rubies, and even more rubies if you get hit, but you take no damage while you have rubies to spend.
Did that item exist before Wind Waker, or did they just have Wind Waker?
No, Wind Waker was the first iteration.
The first one?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Another interesting thing is, like other games, there's heart containers, which gives you a brand new heart, and pieces of heart, which after you complete a heart, it does the same thing. But in other games, you need 4 pieces to make a heart. This game, you need 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder what's up with that. Because, like... Wait, well, you don't really get heart containers in Breath of the Wild, so...
Well, you get shrine...
Well, you get the shrine things,
and there's 4
and you need
to
4.
Make a heart. Yeah.
Yeah, so... Yeah, I don't know about other games that we haven't played yet, but, like, most of them are 4, so I don't know why they went with 5 for this one. It's very odd.
Yeah. I wonder if...
like
Because, I mean,
maybe
it's a huge map, I think, to
I
fill
think
it
they
up
wanted
with
to
more.
have more heart pieces out there.
Yeah. And they
A
wanted
lot
you
of
to end up
dungeons
with
have, like,
20.
2 or 3 in them, so...
Mm-hmm.
And then another interesting thing is, I don't think it matters anymore, but in the HD version, there's Miiverse stamps where you can post messages using special characters.
Very
Typically,
important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's another collectible in the game. I don't know if those replaced other things, or those are just new chests in places that you can
I think some
unlock
replaced them. I don't know if they all did. Those are annoying, though. It's like, that was a terrible reward even back in the day, and then, like, less than a year later, the Miiverse shut down, so now they're completely useless.
Oh, was it that quickly? Less than a year?
Yeah.
I think so.
Oh, wow.
Well, this game came out in 2016. The Wii U came out in, like, 2013?
Yeah, it's
or
pretty...
14?
Yeah.
So it's, like, later in the Wii U.
It's pretty close to the
sort
end of
life
the
cycle.
Wii U's life cycle, which wasn't very long.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was annoying every time I open a big chest and be like, ooh, is it a heart piece? And it's a freaking Miiverse stamp.
Yeah.
It's like, you got the Hylian letter J. I'm like, great.
Great. They should have... I feel like they should have, like, color-coded the chests differently. Because they have, like, small item chest, big item chest, big key chest. So they should have put, like, items that you need, like, keys and stuff in the big item chest, and then put the fucking Miiverse stamps in the little wooden ones. Like...
Yeah.
Because, like, it would be nice if you could tell from far away in the room if you needed to get it or not. Because if you look at the map and, like, you want to get all of them, then it's like, I just need to know if I need to... Do I really need to climb over this thing, climb over this waterfall where I'm going to do the slip and slide down the bottom, you know, to, like, get this item? But no, yeah, it's kind of annoying. I wish it was easier to tell from the outside. I guess that's, like, the point, but it's a fucking stamp. So, you know. Yeah, anyway.
At least the character ones had some kind of cute art, but all those, like, Hylian alphabet
But who
ones
cares?
so stupid.
I'm not going to be sending stamped messages that are just like, hello, in Hylian stamps. Were there other items that you want to talk about? I feel like we talked about all of them.
No, I think that's everything.
Okay.
Justice for the spinner.
Bring back the spinner.
Bring it back in Tears of the Kingdom.
There's a bunch of, like, weird-looking machines in the trailer. Maybe we'll bring back the spinner. That would be fun. Although, like, you don't have a lot of...
You could, like, hop onto little spinner rails to travel between chunks of the sky or whatever.
Breath of the Wild, like, doesn't... I mean, there's a bunch of items, but there's not, like, items. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like there's weapons and shields and stuff, but, like...
Yeah, but there's not, like, items that you have to go to a place and earn.
It's just the few...
The
Maybe you can get different
paraglider
kinds of
and the hero
spinners, like you
sword.
got different kinds of shields.
different Beyblades.
Yeah, they got different properties
Well, I was thinking you could
for your
you
Beyblade
could,
battles.
you could earn it, like you have to earn the like the
The
paraglider.
ruins.
Yeah, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like there's a couple like items and in Breath of the Wild, and like the Sheikah Slate's technically an item, or the little
Yeah,
things
maybe
that
they
you
can make it
collect.
a new Sheikah rune. It like makes a little glowy.
It's
spinner for
it gives
you.
you a spinny thing, and then you stand on it. Great ideas, Nintendo, hire us. I mean,
Not like the game's almost done and coming out
Whatever.
less than a year.
what about the next game?
Yeah.
They'll have to make another game someday. Anyway, if they're almost done with this one, that means they'll have to start another one soon, so it's actually the perfect time. What other are there other gameplay things that you wanted to talk about? You talked about swimming. You talked about all the items.
I at some point I want to talk about my critiques of the game, which I think now would be a good. Well, because I remember not loving this game when I was younger when it came out. So I was expecting to not enjoy this game as much as I did. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was excellent.
I also thought it was excellent.
Yeah, I mean, not perfect, but like I think the gameplay was fun. It had the combat was interesting, especially with all the scrolls and stuff that you could learn. The music, the visuals were really nice. Like, and it being an open world, or not open world, but like the map was so big and open in a lot of areas. It was very good. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say the combat in general is very interesting. Not just the sword fighting is really cool and fun, but also just like the variety, like having to do like a shootout in the hidden village, and like like being able to use your scope, and then like some of the like forcing there's like horseback combat in general is completely different than like, so you have all these different methods of fighting as well, which is very different than all the other games. Like I guess in Wind Waker you also had like sea combat where you could like use your cannon and stuff. But like, yeah, I felt like generally speaking there was a huge variety of combat and also just interactions with game elements. So like I think I've talked about this, but like you could warp, you can run, you can like you turn into a wolf, you cannot turn into a wolf, you can like sword fight, you can shoot things, you can like you have to get Midna to move stuff, you have to there's like all this sort of like contextual things like we had in the like were there in Ocarina of Time, like the pushing blocks and pulling stuff and doing all these. Sometimes you spin, sometimes you use your like your items and whatever. And I think I think I gave this critique earlier, which is just like there's like so much stuff that you can only experience it for a very short period of time. So like you don't use the same items over and over again. Like you use them in one place to solve like a puzzle and then you move on, which I don't really have a problem with. I just think that that's kind of like, it's like a little bit of it's like a loss to the game. Like it's not really not a critique, but just something that's like, it would be cool. It would like you created all these cool items and you only get to use them one time. Like it's not really not a critique, but sort of a missed opportunity, I guess. Yeah. But overall, I really enjoyed this game. I also didn't like it that much when I played it the first time. I think it was kind of like the creepy vibe because I really liked Wind Waker. And it still gave me creepy vibes this time. But like overall, I really appreciated like, I think also because I played Ocarina of Time since, and so like I appreciated the evolution of Ocarina of Time and how great Ocarina of Time was, because like I felt very accomplished after finishing Ocarina of Time, and I felt also very accomplished after finishing Twilight Princess. So it's definitely a game that has some things that I didn't enjoy and whatever, but overall I can see why people were like really excited for it, and why it was so like well received at the time, and why it's like the second highest selling Zelda game out of all the Zelda games.
Yeah, it's got kind of a slow start, I think, which like when I first started I was like, oh, this is going to be a drag, but it's like once you get past I think the first dungeon, it like really picks up and doesn't really slow down. So
once you get all the Tears of Light, I felt like that was like the tipping point for me. Like once you clear all the Twilight, you have a lot more flexibility. Like I think that's when you can also start turning into a wolf. Around the same time in the game is when you can start turning into a wolf whenever you want. Once you have that and you have a lot of the items, you have a lot of, and like you're not necessarily on like a set path. You have like a lot of options and where you go. And like I could, if we weren't on schedule, I could have seen myself exploring the world a lot more and stuff.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those games where I'm really sad that I didn't get a 100% it. I had a lot of fun, and
you can play it anytime you want.
I know, but
this one I'll probably play again.
I just won't have the time until we're done with this podcast.
No.
So
probably like not. Even just after you get out of the like Ordon Pharaon area,
that's
like
true.
Opens up quite a bit, and like the dungeons get really interesting. Like they start introducing like neat elements that aren't just like, oh, this is a Zelda dungeon. It's like you got like the magnetic stuff and the Goron
cool.
mines and all the cool stuff in Arbiter's Grounds and like, Snow Peak Temple being a house. with Yetis guiding you around and stuff.
It still had like all the things where you're like, oh, like I go into this room and I have to move the blocks around, or like there's still like all the like Zelda puzzles that are the things that I really like when you go into a dungeon. But then like the dungeon themes were kind of fun and different. They were a good evolution. And you're right, like even Pharaon, like the temple in the woods, like
the temple's fun. It's just more basic.
It's very Zelda. Yeah. It's like what you would expect. It's exactly what I would expect. You leave this and you're in the woods, and then you go into this thing and you're like, oh yes, the woods temple is where we are.
This is the foresty Zelda temple.
We're in the forest temple. Yeah.
Like I've talked before about how like I'm not like a super big fan of the dungeons in Zelda games. Like I enjoyed them, but I'm like usually more into the like overworld exploration. But like these have some of my favorite dungeons in the series that we've had so far. Like they were just like aesthetically interesting and fun to move around in, and
even like the structures of some of them are really cool. Like some are very, you go back and forth the same room a lot, and then some of them are super linear. Like the tower, not the Tower of the Gods. What's it called? The Temple of Time. It's like one way path.
Yeah,
it's a Tower of Gods. It's the Tower of the Gods. It's just in a. It's hidden, so it's the Temple of Time. But yeah, so like when you go through there, it's like it's super linear. Like you go one way out and one way down, which is also interesting because most Zelda dungeons aren't like that. And then some of them are like you go, like the Arbiter's Grounds, there's a lot of variation. Like you can go through go to the side first or go up, and then you go up, and then you go, go through, switch the rooms around so that you can go through different places. There's a lot of like returning back and forth to the same place, for example. I think the Goron Mine one was fun too. You don't normally have to fight things while upside down. That was a new perspective they added to Zelda game.
I think I think typically in a lot of the games you get like really cool items towards the end and you're like, oh, this is a really cool concept, it's fun. But like they had that throughout the entire game where they did creative things with the items, like the iron boots with the magnets, even the Gale Boomerang having the Gale effect. I think was a nice little like, oh, okay, that's a like the rooms where you have to like flip up the tiles because there's the worms inside of it. Like, it's got stuff to it, which I think gets your attention earlier on, which I think a lot of games don't do.
Actually, most of the items.
The Iron Boots is like such a clever thing in this game because it's like you're so used to it at this point. If you've been playing Zelda, that it's like, oh, it just makes me heavy and sinks to the ground. Yeah. So like having it be a magnetization thing, and you stick to the ceiling and stuff.
I think most of the items have more than one mechanic. So yeah, like the iron boots make you heavy, and then they like stick you to stuff. So they make you heavy on the ground so you can stop things. They make you heavy in the water so you can go down. They make you heavy where you can like pull the dragon down, and they stick you to the wall. So it has more multiple like methods of play. And then same with like the Gale Boomerang is a weapon. Like it'll stun stuff. It'll pull things to you. It'll put out fire, and it'll create wind. So it's like that's like 4 weapons from Wind Waker, because you have like the Deku Leaf that you flip to make wind. You have like torches, or sorry, not torches, but like whatever you can put out fire in with whatever. I think water. There's sometimes water and stuff that you can put out fire, or you have to start fire, but whatever. So yeah, it's like even the items that you like you said that had like an expected way of using them, they also have like other things that you can do with them tactically, which is pretty cool.
Oh no, my critique.
What's your critique?
I think the one thing, my biggest critique, I think, is although it's beautiful, the aesthetics and the gameplay, I think, clash a little bit. Or maybe it's because like it's a very beautiful game. But I also feel like it's very dark to the point where like everything kind of looks the same. Like in Hyrule Field especially, right? It's so hard to get your bearing. Nothing's because there's just hills everywhere. Like it's so dark. There aren't really anything that's a very unique feature in most of the area. And playing as a wolf, for a lot of the like going to a new area, they basically guide you by you find a scent, you follow that scent, and between the large open areas of the different parts of Hyrule Field, there's a bunch of very long, narrow, single path corridors that lead to them. And the first time you travel through them, you have your scent on, so you don't even really see where you're going. And then afterwards, you've traversed it as a wolf. You've gone your fast. I don't know. There isn't a whole lot interesting there.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like if they had made those load zones instead, or just shrunk it down together, it would have been better. Just because I feel like, I don't know, there's weren't a whole lot in those areas, and it took a lot of time to go through. You're very cramped. You can't see because there's these high walls around you. It looks very similar, I think, to all the other corridors in the area, and like, I think there's all that hills, maybe partially because of that. So when you're in an area like any parts of the bigger area, there's a lot of hills and things that just, I don't know, it's hard to sort of get a very good view of anything unique. It's just,
I think, yeah.
I
understand what you're saying. It's definitely difficult in Hyrule Field specifically to have, like, to learn landmarks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I relied on the map a lot. I feel like
yeah,
that's related to what you're saying. Like,
yeah,
that was, it's
like,
kind of funny because that was my critique of Ocarina of Time, was like, it's fucking dark. I had to turn up my screen, literally dark. And then also, like, I mean, it's hard to say because if you compare technology, like, it's incomparable basically between like the Wii and the N64. But even then, Hyrule Field was small, and I mean, it was large and repetitive, relatively speaking, because like you have the similar textures and whatever, and there's a couple of things you can do, but it's mostly just empty.
But I guess the one thing that was nice about that is that you had a few landmarks. Like, you knew where you were by looking around. You could either see the ranch, you could see the river from Zora's Domain. Yeah, you got the castle, you've got the cliff by Gerudo. So like,
right,
there was always something unique about where you were. Like, oh, I'm on this side of the map, you know. Whereas I feel like in Twilight Princess, there wasn't anything as clearly notable in a lot of it. Like, there were certain parts where you're like, oh yeah, I've recognized this part, I know where I am, but then you move away from it and there's nothing else to sort of guide you by, where you could, like, once you that's out of view, you're now lost again, you know?
Yeah, I definitely feel like when we played Ocarina of Time, I could figure out, it's like, okay, you got to go to the castle now. So like, I knew how to get from wherever I was to the castle. In this game, if I had to go, and like, so I just warped a lot when I could, once I could. But like, if it would be like, go to the Zora's Domain, or it marks off a point up in the Zora's Domain, like when you have to go to Snow Peak, and I was like, I don't fucking know how to get here. Like, I kind of know where the path is, but like, I'm not really sure. Like, I don't remember from the space, from like the Zora's like main space, how would I get down to this path? Like, I don't know. So yes, I agree that it was a little bit difficult to navigate. Some places were easier than others, but like, I remember specifically struggling to get to Snow Peak. Like, not in the snow part, but in the overworld part where you've technically been before.
Yeah.
And then, sometimes being in Hyrule Field was confusing. Like, there's technically a path that you take, which is like the other way around when you're taking the cart to Kakariko Village. So it's technically marked off on your map, and I remember going through there, and I was like, I don't fucking remember this. Oh, right, this is like the little cavern where you go through before. Yeah. But like, I was like, am I at the end now? And I look at the map, and it's like, oh, you have like 3 more bridges to go. So it was like, it was a little bit hard to. There are some landmarks, but it's a little hard. Like the mini bridge in that one part of Hyrule Field is one of the landmarks. But like, it's hard to see the castle from every angle. It's kind of hard to like, and the castle has like 3 or 4 different places around it. So it would be like, go to the south side of Hyrule Castle and be like, I don't remember what that actually looks like. There's multiple entrances. So yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I think it makes the game more immersive, but it does make it a little bit difficult to navigate. So at least that was a problem that I had personally. So I can see what you're saying. But yeah.
And then, I mean, I think that's the biggest issue. The wolf was interesting and fun, but
I thought it was fun.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just.
And I think they it's integrated later on in the game, so you're not just like a wolf during the Twilight part. Also,
yeah.
So unlike some of the like items that we talked about, where you just use them like one time, at least you become a wolf later too, and that's fun. Like,
yeah,
you have reasons to continue to become a wolf.
Yep. Yeah. That's about it, I think.
Okay.
And then, one last thing about gameplay that I thought about is there are a few unique moments where, so the two that I can think of off the top of my head are in the path to Arbiter's grounds. You can ride those boars.
Yeah. I think you have
to charge with it. You have to, yeah. And that's a bit interesting. Like, just sort of, it's similar to horseback riding, but then you start charging, and Link is holding on for dear life as the boar crashes through. And the other one was when you're a wolf getting to Zora's domain, you can call the Twilight bird to pick you up, and you have
carry
to do that. Yeah. So those are two definitely unique aspects of the gameplay where it plays very differently. I don't think I know of any other ones that are like that, but
we kind of talked about Zelda at the end. She helps you in the fight, which is cool. That part is fun.
Oh yeah. So apparently, I learned this from watching one of the speed runs. People were complaining a lot about her bad aim.
But it's Ganon's all over the place. It's not her. It's Ganon.
Well,
and you have to target her better.
Yeah, it's she shoots in the area of your control stick.
Oh.
So you're controlling where she shoots.
You have to pretty much be right behind him to hit him. So, yeah.
Because like if he's off to the side and your control stick is to the side, she'll shoot to your right, and you could hit him that way. So you don't have to be right behind him necessarily, but you have to
you point at him.
Yeah,
that's good to know. Speed runs.
All right, speed runs. Wow. Let's. I don't know if I'd normally do this, but I'm gonna start with the times.
Okay.
So,
I'm intrigued.
This game has 3 different versions: GameCube, Wii, and Wii U. So there's 3 different sets of times. So I'm gonna try and go through just like maybe 1 and 2 for a couple of them real fast.
Okay.
For the GameCube, any percent. 2 hours and 50 minutes, 53 seconds by Bewildebeest 1 month ago.
1 month ago?
Yeah, that's a really recent record.
Is that like substantially different than the one before, or do you think it's just like an improvement?
No, it's second place is by Demon. It was 11 months ago. And it's 13 seconds slower.
Okay.
2 hours, 51 minutes, and 6 seconds.
Probably like the same tactics.
Yeah, but that 13 seconds is not that much time in a 2 hour, almost 3 hour run.
Yeah.
But you can do it. And that was 11 months ago. So,
okay.
Oh shoot, which glitch was it? There's a glitch that was recently discovered about a year and a half ago. So that's 2 hours and 50 minutes, 2 hours and 51 minutes for the GameCube. For the Wii, it's 3 hours and 23 minutes by Andy. 17 days ago. Wow, that's also really fast.
And by that you mean like 3 months, 4 months ago, because we'll be releasing this in like February.
Yes, that's
3 months ago. It's December, for the record, I guess, for people who are...
So 3 hours and 23 minutes, 54 seconds. Habreno, 1 year ago, has 3 hours, 29 minutes, 30 seconds. So that's 6 minute difference, just about. 5.5 minutes, 6 minutes, somewhere around there. So that is a huge jump. Although third place is 3 hours and 40 minutes, which is a full 10 minutes behind second place.
Okay. So people are...
I think the GameCube version is run more competitively, I think. So that might be why
it's a bit closer is that this one is just not as. Yeah, there's only 19 submissions so far.
Okay.
With 2 of them being 13 hours and 15 hours.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, but those are 8 years ago, so I mean,
Yeah.
very, very old runs. But, yeah. And then let's do 100%. Oh, Bewilderbeast 17 days ago also. That's crazy. So 17 days ago. Wait, what happened? Hold on. The webpage I'm using has a GameCube and Wii. I can toggle between them for the any percent, but for 100%, it doesn't let me do that. Oh, it's both of them combined, so it doesn't differentiate between the two.
Oh, okay, I see.
So 17 days ago, for 100%, it's 6 hours and 17 minutes. By Bewilderbeast and Demon in second place, also about a year ago. 6 hours, 22 minutes, and 38 seconds. So 5-minute difference. The first Wii score is by Andy. 7 hours and 13 minutes, 24 days ago.
Okay.
So that's
late November,
about an hour, about an hour slower than the first place. But yeah, okay. And then there's an interesting category called no save and quit. So it's just you can't use save and quit for any reason. It's 3 hours and 5 minutes, which is surprising.
Isn't it faster than?
It's 10 minutes. Slower. No, 15 minutes. 15 minutes slower.
Okay.
Which is crazy because by Demon a year ago. God. He's busy. Because for the GameCube version, there's some very interesting glitches that you need to save and quit for.
Yeah.
Which I'm surprised that it only saves 15 minutes. So for the HD version, any percent is 3 hours and 14 minutes.
Okay. Similar.
About 25 minutes slower than GameCube any percent. Okay. And then but that's by Delighted a month ago. And Onaku has second place in 6 months ago for 3 hours and 15, so 10 seconds slower than first place.
Okay.
And then Delighted also has 100% at 7 hours and 18 minutes. And what was GameCube? GameCube was 6 hours and 17 minutes. So that's about an hour slower still in the Wii U. So Linkus, he's a speedrunner, one of the 2 speedrunners I watched for the Wind Waker speedrun. He actually did a series or a video on Twilight Princess speedrunning. He basically commented on like some of the strategies. So it's clipped, so you skip all the boring stuff, the things that aren't really anything in particularly useful other than like just moving well and things like that, and showing really just the major tricks and stuff that you need to know to speedrun. So that was very helpful. He does a great job commenting on a lot of things. I liked him. So you can check it out on his YouTube channel. So he did the GameCube version. And then I watched Gymnast, who I think was the other person I watched do the 100% run on Wind Waker. I think. I definitely watched one of his runs. And he did the HD version. It was very similar. There weren't too many differences other than the beginning, but there are some differences. So let's get started. One of the first things you do is you start the game is you don't even go to Orden Village. You immediately make your way to Farron Woods, and there's a gate that you can't get through. You pick up a rock and you put it down in such a way that you clip through the gate, and you're on the other side of the gate. And then you fall down there's a bridge that you can go, and you fall down and you void. If you press the reset
button the same time that you void out, the game freaks out and takes you back to the title screen.
Okay.
And the title screen is actually just a default save that the game has with Link having beaten the first 2 dungeons, and it plays a sequence from that load file. So it loads you there. And now it still thinks you're in that save, your first save file, but it loads the title screen. And then if you void out again, because you're in the title screen, if you press like start or A, it's going to load up the file select. If you void out again, you can pause and save. So you do that and you skip the first 2 dungeons. You now have the boomerang, you have bombs, you have the fused shadows from...
It just gives you all the stuff.
Right?
Classic.
Another interesting thing is the speedrun utilizes all 3 save files. Basically, you can do this glitch and load a different file. It loads you at that location with your old file saved. Next thing you do is you go in and you try and get the iron boots from Orion Village, and that's where you save another time. You then go to Hyrule Castle to meet Zelda, and you save after leaving Hyrule Castle and talking to Zelda. And then you save another time after entering Faron Woods after obtaining the Master Sword. So those are the 3 saves.
Is this like the 100% or the any? This
is any percent, yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't matter if you like beat the bosses or whatever. You just get the items by going through and saving. Okay, I see.
Let's take a moment to talk about some of the major glitches.
Okay.
One of the most important things to know is in the game, when you do a jump attack, either as a wolf or as Link, you will jump a different distance based on the target's location. If an enemy is close by or you're not targeting anyone, you'll do kind of a short jump attack and you won't go very far. If the enemy is farther away, you'll jump further. And I think if the enemy is high up, you do a jump attack and you go really far.
Mm-hmm.
Or if they're over a void, so just a bottomless pit, you'll also jump really far. So one of the things you're always considered targeting your boomerang when you throw it out. So if you throw the boomerang and have it above you, you can do this really long jump from pretty much anywhere. So a lot of the skips in this game require that you use that really long jump to just go through gaps you're not really supposed to go through. So that is what you're going to do most of the time when you have to go somewhere. And because you can target multiple places, there are some places where you shoot your boomerang at one target and then move it to a second target, and you just do 2 jump attacks really quick to make very precise jumps across 2 different gaps. It's pretty cool. I recommend watching the speedrun. It's very entertaining for some of the reasons like that. So that is a big thing that you'll be seeing, and that's called a long jump attack. Yes.
Like a Mario long jump.
Yeah. Another important thing to note is a lot of cutscene triggers are what they call ground triggers, which means if you step on a certain area on the ground, it will activate. But if you jump over that, you skip that trigger and you do not have to watch the cutscene. And if there's any special event that happens after the cutscene, it does not.
I was wondering about that because this game has like a lot of cutscenes. It's like, I wonder if I get
it.
Oh,
the other thing is that most cutscenes you can just skip. You can just press start and you skip.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah,
there's like a way to skip.
There's a few cutscenes that are mandatory to watch, but most of them you can skip. Oh, I think I'm slightly mistaken. Cutscene triggers oftentimes are in the air. A lot of other triggers that are like item based, like you need a certain item in order to pass this area. So like at the very beginning with Midna, if you try and leave Ordon before you have a sword and shield, she's going to say you need a sword and shield and turn you back. That is an item trigger because you don't have the items necessary. You don't have some sort of status necessary to go through. So there's something that's going to block you. Those are typically on the ground. Cutscenes oftentimes, but not always, are up in the air. And so you can jump over. So even if you try to jump over, you're still going to trigger them.
Mm-hmm. But you can skip them.
But you can skip them, yes. You enter the Twilight Zone, and you go ahead and you get towards the temple, the Forest Temple, and there's the spawn of the Twilight Shadow things where you have to beat them and you get the teleporter.
Mm-hmm.
If you position one of those shadows just right, they will be higher than you, and if you do your charge attack, I think, you're going to jump really high, and you're going to get over the little wall that's there.
You can go over the barrier.
Yeah, you go over the barrier, but also you're now on a wall you're not supposed to be on, and there is a visual block texture that shows, like, trees or stuff that blocks your vision of the skybox, basically, right? So you don't see like the sky and all that. But that's not a physical barrier. So you can jump right through that and land right at the entrance to the Sacred Grove.
Convenient.
So one of the very first items you get that you actually pick up, not you cheat to get, is the Master Sword. Because you go through the Sacred Grove, you get the Master Sword. You get the Master Sword. Now you can change from human to wolf anytime you want, pretty much first thing in the game.
That's convenient.
So you leave the game and you load save 2 just so you can void out quickly and go back in time, which is where you hit the reset button at the same time as you void out. So if you press a button, you enter the title menu. But if you void, when you're in this mode, right, where you load a game, but if you void out and press a button at the right time, you can void out and load a game, which will load the save of a new load, but keep the position of the old one. So since the title screen has you at Elden Bridge, you load a new file with all the accomplishments, but you stay at Elden Bridge. Because you haven't beaten the boss, the King Boblin boss, that triggers that boss fight. But if you void out and do this again, and so now you're in that save, you go back in time, you void out and load another file. The game thinks that, okay, you're in a boss fight, but now your position is at a different place, so you can go around, and it doesn't care because it thinks that you're fighting a boss. So you go into the first dungeon, and because the game thinks that you're in a boss fight, it's like, oh, you've saved all the monkeys. You skip some more ground triggers, and you're going to head to the water temple. But so you know that there's that gate that you have to open when you take Ilya back to Kakariko?
Yeah.
You can skip that.
What? I didn't have to do the stupid fight with on the...
no, and it's really easy.
Thing.
As a wolf, you just jump attack it, and it starts shaking, and you can just side hop, and if you time it right, because the gate is swinging one way and you're hopping another way, just the amount of time, space that you get both move, it's just going to put you on the other side of that gate. Right? So easy. Then you can clip through a pillar that right through before the water temple. You use your iron boots. You go down towards where the water temple is. There's a pillar that's like close to a cliff in that little crater under the lake, and you can position yourself, clip through it. You're out of bounds, and you can just swim to the loading zone of the water temple. You do not have the Zora tunic yet. You do the entire water temple without.
How do you? Doesn't the water temple fight happen underwater?
Yeah.
Like, can you do that?
Yeah.
So you can just do that without.
Oh, actually, I misspoke. You get into the water temple. You do some good jumps with the boomerang, skip a lot of it, and you get the claw shot. And you.
Yeah.
You then unlock the Zora domain portal. You do the little bird flight thing. There's a certain spot where if you, instead of bonking into a wall, you clip out of the map, and then you don't even have to do the whole like avoiding the pillars and the things shooting at you. You're out of bounds, and you can go straight to the load zone to get out of there. Interestingly, is the game does not actually check, like the load zone isn't a specific like area of the map. It's a specific height. So if you go up high enough,
it'll just trigger that.
It'll automatically trigger you loading. So you don't even have to go towards the very end zone, like and clip back in or anything like that. Oh no, it's a Z position, which is not height; it's distance. So you just have to go straight. So you don't. The map is like a lightning bolt kind of shape, maybe, or like a zigzag, but it's diagonal. So you don't have to go all the way like to the right side of the map. You start on the left, you go towards the right. You can just keep going straight once you get out of bounds. So now you teleport back to Kakariko. You can't teleport directly. You're at the gorge, but the bridge is still out because you haven't come back to Faron and teleported the bridge. And for some reason, they don't do that. Instead, what they do is they go to the tree that's between the on the cliff that's through the gorge, break a grass, I think it is, to get a ruby to spawn. You use the boomerang to put the to lock on the ruby and put it onto the gate that's up there, and then you jump attack onto it. And normally that gate has a certain like collision box or whatever that makes you just roll off the side that you came off of or something. But because they haven't picked up that kind of ruby yet, it starts that animation where he picks up a ruby and he looks at it, and that gives him just enough time to roll, and it puts him on the other side of that the fence, and now he's just on that side by the cliff, and he can walk to the spot where he can do a long jump and just make it all the way across there. Crazy. At some point, you do a map glitch, and so what happens is you call Midna, you try and teleport, but right before you hit the A button to teleport to the location, you can unplug your controller, holding D-pad right and Z, and
yes.
You have to plug it back in. He didn't quite explain it very well, but some combination of doing that. And what happens is in the short period between when you start teleporting, you call Midna and interrupt that, and you can transform into a wolf. So the game has already loaded you starting to teleport out. So now your hitbox is strange. So it will not consider you you cannot load a new spot. So you cannot void out. If you fall off a cliff, you're just going to fall infinitely. You cannot load a new zone, so you can't go in through a door. You can't like leave the town you're in to load like the next overworld area. The one way to get out of it is if you start a cutscene that loads you somewhere else, then the game will load that cutscene and it'll teleport you where you're supposed to go. So you do this to go to Snow Peak. You normally need that fish. And there's a certain zone where if you don't have that fish and you don't have the scent, it just warps you out because you don't like the storm's too difficult or whatever. You do this, and now you can't void out. You can just go where you need to go. You go right before the loading zone to the next area. There is a howling stone. So that is how you load the next area. You play the song, and you load to the cliff where you howl with the red wolf. I didn't know this. You could just walk back. You don't have to howl. You can just turn around and leave. So you do that. And now you've loaded back in. You're no longer in that map glitch, and you're through most of Snow Peak. You just need to do a little bit further, get to the Yeti, and do the whole snowboarding thing.
There's no way to skip that.
No, not that. It's fun. Come on. Who doesn't like
it's fun. I'm just joking.
Yeah. So in the HD version, you can't do a map glitch. Instead, what you do is you go close to the loading zone, and there are wolfos that spawn, and you can basically try and manipulate them. They attack in a certain way, and it's very precise on your position, the wolfo's position, and the timing. So it may take you a couple minutes, but it'll still save a couple minutes to do it this way. and you can basically get it just right. You can they're going to spawn a certain way where you can jump attack, and you can go around that load zone that spawns you out, so you don't have to get the fish and all that. Because that you also, for most, you don't have the fishing rod anyways. You skip that. In the HD version, possibly in the GameCube version, I don't remember if you spawn with that or not with the glitches that they've done. So you go to Snow Peak, and the only reason you need to go to Snow Peak is for the ball and chain, because the one phase of Zant that imitates the Belitza fight, you need the ball and chain. That is the only time you need it. There is one other thing where in the fight with Zant, where he's on the totem poles, imitating the monkey fight, if you swing the ball and chain, it's faster than rolling to knock him off. So you can also do it there too. But if you didn't already have the ball and chain, it wouldn't be worth it to go get it just for that, you know. So really the only reason you need it is for the Zant fight, that one phase. So in Snow Peak, the very first room, you can take a left and there's a gap and a treasure chest with a heart piece in it. And you're supposed to go through the entire map and then blow it up or something and fall down from above. But with a long jump attack, you can skip that gap, and because of the way that ceiling is programmed, that is a one-way wall, so you have to blow it up before you fall down. But you can, there's a spot for you to hookshot up, because that's how you're supposed to get out after you fall down, is you hookshot back up. And you can do that even without breaking the floor. So you skip a large part of the map to get to the main courtyard area. There's one of those ice golems blocking the road to the ball and chain knight.
Right.
And all you do is you make the golem face one way, and then you quickly go around him, get hit, so you take a bit of damage, but now you have some invincibility while you're recovering, and you can jump attack, and then he'll push you through the door. So now you're on the back side of the door, and you just press A to open it. Link tries to go the right side to the door and open it to go where he already was. Kind of funny looking, but you fight that boss, you get the ball and chain, and you move on. You go back to the water temple. You don't have arrows yet. So instead you can up-C and look at where you want to go. Quickly you throw a boomerang at a bomb that you've picked up, and it'll basically have the same effect. Clip into the water temple. You can clip into the boss room, basically, skipping the rest of the water temple now that you have the claw shot. You have water bombs, which you're going to need for this boss fight, because it's Morpheal. You have no Zora tunic.
Right.
So you sink to the bottom, and you have about half a second of air left before the boss fight starts. But thankfully, that cutscene refills your air. You have to one cycle phase 1, and then the phase 2 starts, but that does not refill your air. So the way you do it is you pull out a bomb, and like at the same time you pause and unequip your iron boots. You will be holding a bomb and floating upwards without the iron boots, and you have to wait like half a second. But if you let go, the game thinks, okay, you cannot be holding a bomb while swimming. You're not at the bottom. You're at the top. It refills your air. You don't teleport to the top. It just thinks you're at the top, and it refills your air. So now you have a full tank of air or a full lung of air, I guess, to fight Morpheal. You can hookshot it like normal, whack it, and then you're going to have to basically sink to the bottom, do that again to refill your air. You hookshot Morpheal, you whack at it, you have the chance to take a risk, because immediately afterwards you can claw shot. If right as you let go, you do your final whack, you can Z target and claw shot, and if Morpheal goes, I think it's like straight up or right, your hookshot will land and you can attack. If not, if it goes down or left, you will miss, and you will be really, really tight on air. Oftentimes you may end up killing yourself that way, but it saves you a lot of time. You must beat Lakebed Temple because Midna must get sick. Basically, because of that, you need to talk to Araru.
Yeah.
So that he gives you the instruction of fire to launch you into the Arbiter Grounds. So that's the only reason you need to beat Lakebed Temple. Once you're in Arbiter's Ground, you go through the desert the normal way, and once you're in the little camp place, you can do the map glitch, and you can get up on like a cliff, and you can jump attack off of a cliff into a place that doesn't actually have a collision zone. So you jump attack and you moving slightly forward while not voiding out. And thankfully, going all the way up and all the way down is the loading trigger for the fight in the pig pen with the King Boblin. Because of just the positioning and all that, that loads you back, gets you out of map glitch. No, you're not out of map glitch, but it puts you where you're supposed to be. You fight the boss, you get on the little boar, and because you charge, that's a cutscene that loads you into the next zone. So because that cutscene is there, you're not stuck with the map glitch. You do Arbiter's Ground, nothing in particular. Oh, in HD, it doesn't allow map glitch. So instead, you get on, you climb on some tents, get onto the fortification, get onto the roof of the tent of the pig pen, and that also spawns the trigger, so you do that fight. So you can skip a lot of that area too. You can skip the first Poe in Arbiter's Ground. It doesn't check for the first one. It just checks that you have the last 3, because it just assumes you can't get the second one without getting the first one. So you beat the 3 Poes, you get into the next zone, and you can skip the majority of the dungeon, because when you enter the next zone, to the left is a pit of sand that is preventing you from getting to the boss key, and you need the spinner to cross it normally, and that's how you get back there. But as a wolf, you can keep jump attacking to not sink, and then you can make your way on the outside, turn into back to Link, and just climb up, get the boss key. You're now in like the very end where they expect you to have the spinner. So you just work your way backwards, and you can pick up the spinner really fast, do the boss fight. You can one spin the boss by a specific set of, if you just do 1, 2, 3, instead of hitting 4, you just time it so that it repeats the 1, 2, 3 hit. He'll be stun locked, and you can just keep hitting him until he's down. Oh no, that's the mini boss. Sorry. The boss, you do something similar. At least in the HD, I don't know. I don't think they showed the boss fight for the GameCube run, because I don't know if I don't know. He just didn't add it into the video. But if you roll 5 times at the very beginning, get onto the pillar, you can knock the stall head off of immediately, so you don't have to go all the way up and like hop side to side and wait for him to hit you with the fires and all that before you knock him down. You can beat him pretty easily. And now you have the teleporter to Arbiter's Grounds with the Mirror of Twilight and the spinner. And you can now skip the other 2 dungeons. You don't need to do the rest of Snow Peak, and you don't need to go into the Temple of Time at all, because you can go into the shaman's basement where the cannon is, and you can position yourself just right, turn into a wolf, and you'll clip through the stone thing that you need to move with the Dominion Rod, and you're right there with the cannon.
You can move it from inside?
Well, yeah, so you teleport the cannon out, right? But if you try and call Midna and tell her to warp you out, she's like, no, sorry, we can't warp right now. If you just open the map and try and like turn on the portals and warp through the map screen, you can, and she'll take the teleporter with you. So now you have to fix the cannon, and you go into City of the Sky. In the HD version, they patched it, so you can't do that skip the same way. You just go to the other side of the statue, And they didn't think this was possible. But as you mentioned, the Wii U gamepad has a button to just transform to Wolf Link and back.
Mm-hmm.
Speedrunners use it because it's quicker. You don't have to call Midna, talk to her, have her transform. You just instant. For some reason, that if you call Midna and have her transform you, you will go through that stone and it'll clip you through. If you just press the button on the gamepad, it will not.
Okay.
So I don't know if they just only tested it using that button and didn't realize that it's different. I don't know. But for some reason, there's a difference that way. And now you're in City of the Sky. It is apparently very easy to speedrun, or at least to get started. I actually, because I thought I didn't have enough time to beat the game, I did most of these. They were... two of them I weren't able to do, but a lot of the other skips I was. When entering the City in the Sky, there's that main room with the fan spinning up above, right?
Right.
For some reason, the trigger to turn that fan on is right by the door into that room. So if you are as a wolf, you can open the door from a distance far enough that you do not trigger that fan.
Like from outside. You're a wolf.
Yeah. And so you come inside and that fan is off.
That's like the whole first half of the dungeon.
Right? Then,
right.
Then go to that side where there's the key. But when you go back the way you came, a dragon comes by and burns down the bridge, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can skip that loading zone by hookshotting a P-hat that's right there. And then if you angle yourself, not perfectly, like it's there's some leeway, but you wait for the wind to start and you jump attack and you land on the railing and you skip that cutscene. So now you don't have to circle back after getting that key. So you skip like the first third and the second third of the dungeon pretty much. You then go get the double claw shot, and this is the one glitch that I was not able to do. There's, I guess, two different ways to do it. In order to enter that room, you're supposed to claw shot one of those little balls up on the ceiling with your iron boots. It'll open a gate or something. You fall in and you start that boss fight. If you immediately roll with your iron boots, or I saw the other one, he did a series of 4 slashes, and then you turn around, you can then aim and get the claw shot thing on, it's behind a gate, but you can still, there's like 1 pixel where you can hook onto it, and it'll take you through, and you can get the double claw shot without fighting that boss. Once you have the double claw shot, you can save and quit, and because they didn't want you to save and quit after the dragon broke down the bridge to get you back to the beginning, it spawns you back at that bridge, and you can go back into the main room instead of starting back at the cannon. It's just a bit faster, and you can then make your way to the boss key and to the boss fight. You're supposed to turn on a fan to spin these pillars to go across a great void into the next building. If you claw shot those fans, or those, I don't know, whatever they are, and aim towards the very top of them, you can just grab onto it and climb onto the very top of it instead of like hanging on, waiting for it to spin and claw shotting the next one. So you don't need to turn the fan on. You just do that twice. Now you're on top of a fan, and then there's another one that's perpendicular, and you can set your boomerang to go do two boomerangs jumps to get all the way across. It's a very neat trick. It's very cool looking. There's a lot of other ones like that throughout the run, so I recommend watching it if you find that stuff interesting. But I think that one is a very notable one because it's just a very big jump across a huge field, and like it's very neat. You get to the boss. The boss is there's no RNG, so the boss fight is the same every time. So you should be able to get pretty much the same time as everyone else because you can manipulate him to be where you want, to attack as few times as possible, something like that. You have the final piece of the Mirror of Twilight, which is all the game needs for you to fix the mirror. In the Palace of Twilight, there really isn't anything that you do special. So that one's a pretty normal, you just go through it as quickly as possible. In Hyrule Castle, there's a couple places where There's a cutscene that starts. Forms a barrier. You have to kill all the enemies to move past it. What you can do is, if you jump attack or roll, skip the cutscene and move to the side, you can beat the barrier and skip like 2 or 3 of those fights. You go through the rest of the castle pretty much the same way. Fight Ganon. Game over.
Wow.
Yep. Oh, there's 2 other things that I didn't mention. I didn't put these in order because these are from the HD run. Unlike GameCube version, you can't do the back in time thing to skip the first 2 bosses. So you have to fight Diababa, the first boss. So in that fight, what you can do is you can boomerang to get a bomb to you. And so you get 2 bombs that are next to you first, and then you send the 3rd bomb to finish phase 1. And then you can, instead of waiting for the monkey to grab a bomb, you can target the bomb and then target the side faces, just target the main face, I think. And you can, with those 2 bombs, finish the second phase without needing the monkey to bring you a bomb, because you just have them saved over from the first phase before the water drops them under and all that. And then the last little tidbit is, in most cases, if there's a double door, opening the right side of the door is actually faster than the left side.
Just like in general.
Yeah, just in general. If you try and open a double door from the left side, it's a little bit slower. Probably not by much, but it'll add up. The HD version has input buffering. So if you're in the middle of a cutscene or something and you hold an input, on the first frame that you're able to, it'll put that input. So if you hold forward an A as Wolf Link when you teleport, you will instantly start dashing the moment the quickest time possible. So apparently, I can't remember. There's 2 things that skips a bunch of time. I think that saves you up to 2 minutes of just doing that consistently. Over not like the old versions where you can't do that and other things. It saves you about 2 minutes, I think. The other thing is there's 2 ways to play the HD version. Digital and physical. If you play on a digital, the game is loaded onto your console, so it loads faster, and that saves you about 8 minutes of loading time. I may have gotten those 2 numbers mixed up, but one way or the other, you can save a total of 10 minutes through those 2 things alone.
Ooh, wow.
But yeah. So that is all I got to say on speedrunning. It was very entertaining. There was not as many differences between the HD version and the GameCube version as I was expecting. Just because I think... Well, actually, now that I think about it, the Wind Waker was similar. You basically had the same glitch. You just had to do it slightly differently, and it made it very similar in how you played the speedrun. But yeah, anyway... Oh, sorry. Wait, there's one last speedrun thing I forgot to mention. So there is a low percent category of speedrun, which is you try to beat the game as fast as possible by completing as little of the game as possible. The low percent speedrun for Twilight Princess the record is, I think, 15 hours. So the reason this happens is whenever you pick up an item, right, and Link looks at it, so whenever you pick up like a key item, or in this instance, a rupee that you haven't picked up before, during that animation, every time it loops, Link's position moves very slightly backwards. Mm-hmm. So because you move so slowly, and maybe your hitbox is different when you're in this animation, you can skip through a bunch of barriers and physical barriers even, I think. You stare at a ruby for... I think about 12 hours of the speed run, just to get through these places that you just need to skip through. And you can, I think it was like 8 items that you have to get throughout the entire game, and that's it. And you can beat it that way. Do we have anything else to talk about?
I don't have any other things to talk about. I thought it was a good game. It was really fun. The speedruns are impressive. I'm impressed you can finish this game from like 50 hours to or 40, 45 hours to like 3 hours.
Mm-hmm. Where's everyone putting this one on the rankings?
I put it below Wind Waker. So for me, it's still Wind Waker, then Twilight Princess, and Majora's Mask. Then Ocarina of Time, and then everything else.
Don't make me rate my children. Ask me who's my favorite. Come on.
It's a really good
it's part
game.
of the gig. You gotta do it.
Yeah, you have to do it. Do you think it's better than Majora's Mask?
No.
Okay.
I may find it better than Wind Waker. I don't know. It's so hard.
Well, your ranking, according to my list, is Majora's Mask, Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker.
And then Minish Cap, right?
Yes. So do you think it's better than Ocarina of Time? Or do you think it's better than Wind Waker?
Is it actually better than Ocarina of Time?
I mean, my opinion is that it's better than Ocarina of Time. I guess, like, you wouldn't have this game. It's hard, because, like, you wouldn't have this game without Ocarina of Time. However,
yeah,
this is like Ocarina of Time on steroids, right? So
yeah, I mean, I think it being newer,
everything that Ocarina of Time had, but better.
Yeah, I respect Ocarina of Time more than I like it, I think.
Yeah.
I still like it a lot, but
Genre defining,
yeah.
and like console interaction defining game for sure. But that doesn't mean that you can rank things better than Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, well, I just don't know if it's like nostalgia, that sort of reason why I
you can
refuse
tie
to
it.
Nostalgia's
Taylor
valid.
tied Ocarina of Time with Majora's Mask.
Although
Yeah, maybe I'll tie it.
I'm breaking that ranking today.
Oh, okay, you changed your mind.
Yep. I finally decided to
Okay,
split
well.
them, so while Cosm is contemplating, I'm good.
I'm ready.
So mine now Wind Waker, Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, Ocarina of Time.
Okay.
That's basically mine, except mine is Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, Majora's Mask, Ocarina of Time, which I'm fine with. I definitely think Twilight Princess is better than Ocarina of Time. I think where you fall between Majora's Mask and Twilight Princess is a little bit tougher.
Yeah, I think Twilight Princess is the epic sweeping fantasy story that Ocarina of Time wanted to be and was at the time, just with the
For sure.
benefit of another decade or so
Technology.
of technological and gameplay, game design advancements
Yeah.
without the N64 camera jank.
Yeah, without clipping through the walls and stuff.
Yeah, I think it is better than Ocarina of Time. But, like, I just enjoy that game so much.
You can enjoy Ocarina of Time.
I know.
Ocarina of Time's a
It's
great
my
game,
baby.
yeah.
I can't.
I also enjoy Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, I still like it a lot. I mean, it holds up remarkably well
would
for
play it
what
again.
it is. I just think the parts that it doesn't hold up so well are improved in Twilight Princess. So.
All of us have Wind Waker, Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, and Ocarina of Time as our top 4. They're just in slightly different order, and I think all of those are legit. And I will play all those games again.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, they're all. I mean, they're all games that if someone told me this is my favorite game of all time, I'd be like, that is valid.
Fine,
Yep. Yeah.
acceptable. So, Cosmo, yours is Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker,
I think so, yeah.
and then Kayla's Wind Waker, Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, Ocarina of Time. And then mine's Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, Majora's Mask, Ocarina of Time. Majora's Mask. So, but everybody put Twilight Princess and Majora's Mask over Ocarina of Time.
I think
And
so,
Wind Waker's the only outlier because me and Kayla still like it best.
Yeah.
And then Cosmo ranked it below the triad of Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, and Ocarina of Time. Which I think also sums up the Zelda fandom in a pretty clear way. It's how do you feel about Wind Waker? Zelda 2.
That's kind of
and
funny.
Wind
Those
Waker,
three
really.
all bundled together. They're all bundled together on the official timeline too.
It's because they're all good and they all make sense. I mean, I enjoyed so far the handhelds, the Link's Awakening and the Oracles and whatever, but they're not the same. They're video games that are story wise, I feel they're different. They're cute, they're charming. So is Wind Waker to a certain extent, but it has serious stuff. But I feel Twilight Princess, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask have a completely different vibe
Yeah.
that the 3D consoles enable really well because of their technology. You can have a more immersive game on a TV than you can on a handheld. They're fun. It's just a different type of experience. And so I kind of think that's why you have these very, at least for me, they're very deep experiences, I guess, on the TV console games.
Yeah.
And more, they're a richer story a little bit as opposed to some of the handhelds and stuff that we played. And technology is obviously helping that because we also all rank Zelda 1 and Zelda 2 pretty low, but there's just a huge difference between Twilight Princess and Legend of Zelda.
Like the gap between the NES and the GameCube and Wii is like you couldn't even fathom what that was going to be back in that day.
No.
No. Like if you went back in time and showed the people working on Zelda 1 Twilight Princess, like they feel like you're lying.
I think, like it's I think like Super Mario 64 is a way more, substantial game than like Super Mario 3 or whatever, like Mario Brothers 3. Like that's just because of technology enables that. So the stories get richer and levels get richer and gameplay gets more complicated. So like the experience of playing games is just generally improved over time. Yeah. So therefore they rank higher.
But they're all great. The only one I have not enjoyed is Zelda 2.
Yeah, and then I got kind of bored of Link to the Past because it had so many missions, but generally speaking, it was very good too. Like all of them were fun and interesting games.
Yeah.
Like I had way more fun with Zelda 1 than I expected to.
It was an engaging game, even though it's very,
very basic.
Yeah. Sometimes those like basic games are really interesting, though. Like older games have a lot of intriguing things happening, even though they're lower resolution or lower interactivity or whatever. Like it's just
there's something to be said for the classics. There's a reason people are still playing Tetris for hours on end.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Oh my god. Well, speaking of Tetris? No, I was playing the Switch N64 games
Tetris 99 or whatever.
No. Because I was playing Mario Party because my brother came over, so we played that.
Right.
And one of the games that they have is Pokemon Puzzle League.
Right.
And that's a game that I want to play again, which is, same game as Tetris.
It's basically Tetris.
Yeah.
It's like Tetris Attack, I think, where you... Because you can, like, send little blocks over to your enemy and stuff.
Right.
Is it enemy? Opponent?
Opponent. Your enemy! No, Pokemon, they're definitely enemies. Even in Pokemon Puzzle League. Yeah. Well, that's good. Now that we've cleared up our sack rank, I guess it's time.
Actually, I do have one more thing that I don't think we talked about is just this game had a lot of instances of like really funny parts at like almost inappropriate times. Like
I agree.
Like the whole Blitza fight after that, it was just like. And then I think Midna's just pure shock when the King Boblin gives you the key. It's just like, did he just speak?
Yeah. And at the end, she transforms and she's like, "What? Am I like too like pretty or whatever?" I can't remember exactly. She's you're speechless now. It's like, it's really funny. I don't know. She could say something like, "Oh, like she could." Thank you or whatever or something, anything, literally anything. But she's like, what? What are you staring at?
I think one of the funniest moments in any Zelda game is when you beat Armagoma and like he does his like dramatic sword sheath and then the little like baby version of Goma pops out and his like jaw just drops open.
Oh, like with the little like eye that blobs around
baby
still at the end of the fight.
Oh yeah.
The one that you had to shoot at the end or whatever it is that you do at the end. Yeah.
With the like goofy music playing while like just like stares at this little eye spider wandering around.
Link got shot out of a cannon again. That was pretty fun.
Multiple times.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
I think Zelda games in particular are really good at the like comedy and drama in the same product.
Yeah.
And also same and like the dialogue with in the city in the sky where it's like, we don't have hands for I ordered these arrows. It's like it's just funny that I think there's definitely like a lot of drama, but then it's also a series that doesn't like take itself super seriously, even though there's like a lot of drama.
Yeah.
Like it could easily be like very dark, but there's still things that are really funny and are called out as being funny and weird. Well, I guess this is farewell, huh?
For now.
I really wanted to find a way to riff on the Twilight Zone opening at some point in my summary, but I couldn't.
Because you don't really go to the Twilight until like the end, so like you kind of, and that's like the opening of the episode, so you kind of, Yeah, I don't know. There wasn't a lot of good farewell dialogue. Usually there's something poignant they say at the end, but Midna's like, anyway, bye, like at the end. So they're like, I don't think we should ever have met. And Zelda's like, I think we should have. And then they kiss.
Like, you're sweet, but no.
Yeah. She's like, anyway, it was nice knowing you and whatever, but goodbye. And then breaks the mirror forever. So.
Yeah. It's like, it's Midna. There's no way we're going to get an emotional
no
goodbye there.
Zelda's like pretty poignant and whatever, but you know. Usually it's like, and hold on to the light and like believe in yourself and we'll see each other again someday. That's like normally what happens at the end, but this time it was like, anyway, the end or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, the end in tiny text on a black screen.
Yeah, I know. We were joking about the last. There's so many opportunities where they could have had like the end on so many other things, but then I guess
they had lots of nice like environmental shots and stuff.
I know. I was wondering if maybe it's because like I think they do the credits and then they do the HD credits. I think like that's why I think all the HD credits are dark, like are just black. I don't know. That's my hunch. I obviously didn't beat this game in the original version, so I'm not sure. But you would think there would be like a nice the end, but it's just in the Wii U HD version at least, it's just like a black screen with the end at the end, the very very end, and
like not even in like a fancy font or anything, you know?
No,
yeah, that was like Arial.
On that anticlimactic note, join us March 1st for a hard left into Phantom Hourglass.
Yes.
That'll be fun.
Going back to sea,
I'm sure, to the ocean and also cuteness. It'll be like a completely different vibe. You know, we did like Ocarina of Time and the Majora's Mask right after another, and it's like, oh, we're back. Here we are, back in N64 Zelda, visual space. But now we're like switching consoles. This is a DS one, so now we're in the DS time. We've made it to the Nintendo's double screen time.
Touch screens.
Whoa!
I'm looking forward to this one. I remember finding it fun at the time. And, you know, it's exciting to go back to Wind Waker world.
Yeah, I think the DS was also a very well selling console, and I think it was also novel. So like Nintendo had a lot of like the Wii, and then the DS also came out around the same time. Had these like kind of like innovative choices in their hardware, and that on the DS there were a lot of games that were very interesting that used the touchscreen. And it wasn't like, like the 3DS had the cameras and stuff, but like it didn't really take off. There were a couple games that used them, but yeah, the touchscreen seemed to be substantially used for a lot of games.
Yeah, I remember there being a couple of cool puzzles elements in Phantom Hourglass that used the touchscreen and the dual screen concept. So,
All right. Well, thank you for listening. We'll see you for that on March 1st.
Yay, bye-bye.
Yay. Goodbye.
Yay.
Are you gonna say goodbye? Just yay.
I mean, no.
Okay.
I'm fine, bye.
All right.
He's just gonna destroy the mirror as he walks out the door.
He's like, peace.
Casting the area back into Twilight, turning Link back into his beast form and
Okay, beast form is what he meant. Yeah.
Yeah. It was sort of beefed form is what I kind of said.
Yeah, the one for Twilight Princess is 11 volumes. I'm looking at it right now.
That sounds right.
Yeah. Well, it's quite long, so yes.
Yeah.
That sounds right. And that was released what? This says it was the first... Okay, this is the most recent one. Volume 11 was released March 2022, so March of this year. Is that an ongoing publication? Wow. That's weird. Or maybe it just wasn't translated until now. But that's, like, so long. It's like 2 volumes a year. And then 1 volume in 2021. Weird. No, yeah, sorry. March 2022 was the Japanese version, or, like, the original release date.
Wow.
It's not even translated yet, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, it looks like
that's whack. Anyway,
a newer
the
one.
more you know. Yeah. Well, the first one's from 2016. Oh, yeah, so maybe it was after 2016 was when the Wii U HD version was released. So, yeah, it was released in 2016 also.
It looks like it's the same dude, though, who does the...
Maybe.
Yeah, let's see. There's not Ocarina of Time,
Akira
Majora's
Hinekawa?
Mask, yeah. The Oracle Games, Four Swords, Minish Cap, Link to the Past, Phantom Hourglass, Skyward Sword, and Twilight Princess all have mangas.
Okay, yeah, it's literally
by that guy,
almost all
so
of them.
Almost all the main releases.
pretty dope. Anyway, so there's that.
That's
That's
interesting
what
that
I
I didn't
wanted
get
to
to Twilight Princess until now. You thought that would have been a
especially because it was so
obvious one.
popular.
Yeah.
I have a theory about Zelda fans, which is either like they fall into like multiple camps. There's like people who are like, I like all the Zeldas, and then there's people who are like, I love Ocarina of Time. And I think that all the people who are like, I love Ocarina of Time, like also love Twilight Princess, and I think that's like a very substantial subset of the Zelda fan base. This is my opinion.
Yeah. Well, Twilight Princess
That's what it seems like.
Basically a love letter to Ocarina of Time.
It's Ocarina of Time 2.0. It's like what Ocarina of Time could have been if like it was on the Wii instead of the N64, basically.
Yeah. I think Zelda fans are, on the whole, are not unlike Pokemon fans in their cyclical nature of of how they approach the games, although Pokemon fans are the worst.
What do you mean? It's like, I love Pokemon Red and Blue, and then they're like, oh my god, Pokemon Gold's so much better.
Well, it's like
Fuck
every
Red
game
and
that
Blue,
comes out
and
is
then...
the worst game ever, and it's done doing all these horrible things.
Oh, yeah.
And then a few years later, the next game comes out, and it's the worst game ever, and people like the older game. And
Like, oh, I actually like Diamond and Pearl, and then it's like, okay. Yeah,
and
that's
it's been like that
true.
since like Gen 3. It's so exhausting.
Yeah, Pokemon people, it's like, it's literally the same game, and then they find a way to hate every single thing about it all the time. Like, I just like Pokemon because they're cute, but they're always like, oh, the stats, oh, I can't like make shinies anymore. It's like, okay, whatever. It's like, who can, you know? Or like, oh, I can't port all my Pokemon from these 5 old games, and it's like, why do you even care? Anyway, I just,
It's like the most recent game apparently had some like legit performance issues and stuff.
I heard.
But it's like I
there's a lot
have
of
trouble
problems.
taking any criticism seriously because it's like last game you were shouting about ugly trees.
Which one, Arceus or the one before that?
Sword and Shield.
Sword and Shield. I just want sprites. I just want to see the new Pokemon. I want a fucking Galarian Ponyta or whatever the fuck. I want to know which game has the cutest Pokemon, and I haven't seen a good comparison yet for Violet and Scarlet, so I can't make a decision because... Yeah, I can't decide. There's no comparison yet. Last time I checked on the version differences, there was like 3 Pokemon listed in each one, and it's like, there's definitely more. And I haven't seen it. Anyway, whatever. I haven't looked. I've been busy playing Twilight Princess. Yeah, anyway, that's my hot takes corner about Pokemon. Get over it. Jeez. Plus, they release like, whatever, a bajillion games. There's like 4 to 6 for every console. We get like one Zelda game every gen. Chill, people, chill. So much Pokemon content.
It's like just wait a year and there'll be a new game. Maybe you'll like that one.
A new game to complain about. There's been Sword and Shield and Arceus for Switch and Violet and Scarlet. That's already 5. That's like almost as many years as the Switch has been around, right? If you said the Switch has been out for 6 years.
Because there's been like...
Oh, right.
Like the Let's Go... Pikachu and Eevee games and the
Pokemon
Diamond and Pearl remakes
camera, whatever the fuck it's called. Not Pokemon
Snap.
camera.
New Pokemon
Snap. That's 9 games, or that's 8 games. Relax. God. Do you know Mario is the most popular Nintendo franchise, apparently, and then Pokemon. But it's because there's Marios for every console. But they make 1. So chill out, you Pokemon people. Anyway, I'm all amped up because I had caffeine before this recording. Normally I record at night. Now it's the daytime and I'm mad. Anyway, okay, let's talk about Twilight Princess.
That's my life. It's the daytime and I'm mad.